Thank you. Okay, at this time we will recognize and turn the meeting over to Dr. Gaines and the Academic Affairs Committee. Dr. Gaines, it's roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Roll call. Dr. Gaines? Yes. Dr. Talk? Here. Mr. Solomon? Here. Dr. Davis? Dr. Davis? Mr. Gilliam? Here. Reverend Tobin? Here. Attorney Rapid Kia? Trevor Farmstone? Thank you, Mr. President. We are now at the adoption of the agenda item. Move to second. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as printed.
Offer.
Item 5, public comments. Are there any public comments? Any public comments? Hearing none, we'll move to item 6, action item. Dr. Belton, you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I would like Attorney Corey Blanche, the Office of the General Counsel, to help give a summary and an overview of this appeal and to help facilitate the discussion therein.
Good morning, Board. We are here today. Dr. Ogunkoya has requested that the Board hear her tenure denial appeal. Procedurally speaking, the process for a tenure review goes through many different layers. It starts with the committee, the program retention, tenure, and the retention, tenure, and promotion committee, which is at the department level. It goes through to the college level, to the dean, and then there is an appeals committee, and then ultimately the provost review. Dr. Belton has, typically speaking, according to the faculty handbook, the provost review is the final review. However, the board has a policy that allows for the president, Dr. Belton, and the board to consider such appeals. Dr. Ogunkoya has requested such appeal. At this time, I'd like to defer to Dr. Ogunkoya's attorney so he can present his case, and I will come back and give you a highlight of the standard of your review.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, members of the board, members of the faculty and administration. My name is Chris Shows. I'm honored to be here today on behalf of my client, Dr. Yetunde Ogunkoya. Dr. Ogunkoya has been affiliated with the Southern University system since 2005. She came to the United States on an 01 visa of showing academic merit and achievement to work at Morehouse College. Wound up transferring to Southern New Orleans, was displaced by Katrina, and has been in the Baton Rouge campus and system for many, many years now, graciously working through the financial exigency and continuing to be a valued member of the faculty. She is the only PhD holder in the Anatomy and Physiology Department in the Department of Biological Sciences and Chemistry in the College of Science and Engineering, a fact that is of significance to the accreditation committees. She has been on a tenure track. Her terminal contract ran out in May, and without favorable action from the board on her tenure application, she will no longer be affiliated with this fine institution. The application went through several reviews, and I know that your packet today includes significant documentation on this. I have also arranged for each of you to be provided with a very brief packet of 6 exhibits that are probably also in the administration packet. Those 6 exhibits are summarized in the index, and we believe that if the board will give those matters some review and consideration, they will be inclined to reconsider the tenure denial. That application went through a number of reviews. Those reviews agreed that she exceeded expectations and requirements in every evaluative matrix, with a single exception: professional activities and community service. After being advised of a recommendation rejection due to lack of points for professional activities and community service, Dr. Ogunkoya provided additional documentation which clearly established ample work in those areas. She assumed those concerns had been addressed and she could expect her career path to proceed. The documentation on that, again, is in the packets that you've been provided. She subsequently learned of the development person or persons in the evaluation process had decided that her publication points, already deemed sufficient, were inadequate, and that further she had improperly claimed authorship of a lab manual used in a course she taught. To be clear, Dr. Ogunkoya had ample publications without consideration of the lab manual that has become an issue here. It's a manual published by Pearson Publishing. Dr. Ogunkoya, at the request of Pearson Representative Ty Olden, modified and customized that manual for her coursework. As is their policy, and as they have confirmed in writing to the administration, it is their custom and their usual and ordinary procedure to credit the instructor who customizes that manual as a co-author, as was done here, as she did in compliance with their request. Again, no need for that publication to meet the points threshold for publication. At any rate, no impropriety there. There is a letter in this packet, both in your other packet and I believe in this one, from Dr. Carrier to Dr. Sahu, affirming that there is no evidence of plagiarism or academic dishonesty in the matter of the Pearson Publishing inquiry. Dr. Ogunkoya had by this point successfully resolved the initial objection concerning professional activities and community service, as she is very active in both the academic community and her church and the greater community in which she resides. So the professional activities and community service have been resolved. The earlier evaluation, as is documented in your packet, affirmed that she had no other shortfalls in the evaluative matrix, but with the claim of lack of publication points, somehow that mistaken claim became the basis for this plagiarism claim, which also turned out to be without foundation of merit. But it seems as if the taint of a disproven allegation of plagiarism has derailed the tenure path of this 15-year loyal and valued faculty member. Now, in the course of working this up, I worked extensively with the faculty handbook and the evaluative matrix, and it's clear that the institution has gone to great lengths to develop an objective and even-handed evaluative process which would eliminate favoritism or improper influence in the process. And I commend the administration for that. It's an important step, and it shows the professionalism of this body. On behalf of Dr. Ogunkoya, each board member has 6 exhibits, a fairly brief package of evidence here. The index summarizes the contents there, and these 6 exhibits make up the evidentiary chain supporting the appeal letter, which is a part of your packet for today's meeting. A brief review of that material will confirm the relevant facts, which we believe show overwhelmingly the ample qualifications of Dr. Ogunkoya and lead to the conclusion that she's more than qualified to progress to a full tenureship. As I say, these documents, a half dozen documents generated between December 4 of 2018 and December of 2019, walk you through the errors, the misimpressions and the misinformation that was formed, and document her ample qualifications, her loyal service, her standing in the community, her professional publications, and her overwhelming qualifications for a tenure position. We respectfully ask that you will give this matter your consideration and judgment. Take the time to look at that evidentiary chain and be inclined to act favorably on Dr. Ogunkoya's appeal. I stand ready to answer any questions anyone may have, and in closing, I thank you sincerely for your consideration of this matter. Thank you, Board.
Should I go again? No, I'm good. All right. Board members, it is the university relies on the peer review model with regard to tenure decisions. That includes individuals within the academic field to use their expertise and judgment. What is before the board is not another level of a review for tenure. What is before the board is an appeal of the denial. And as the board, the standard of proof necessary for you to make a determination is whether or not whether or not the denial was arbitrary and capricious. And arbitrary and capricious means there is no reasonable basis for the denial. It also, if there was an abuse of power demonstrated, that is the standard which the board has to review. And with that, if you have any questions for me or for the university itself, we're open to take those questions.
You ready? Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to reconcile what you just said with the presentation Mr. Shaw's just made on behalf of Dr. Ogunkoya. Precisely where is the juncture of conflict between what the defendant is saying here and what you're saying?
Dr. Tarver, there has been no allegation from Mr. Shaw's regarding any capricious or arbitrary decision. He has just indicated Dr. Ogunkoya's benefits and accolades, but has not shown that there was any arbitrary or capricious nature. There are several, as I stated, there are several layers with regard to the review process, and at every level of the review process, there was a denial.
It seems to me that the statement that he made refuting the allegation of points on publication and the weight of that on the final outcome seems to be of critical importance. Can you clarify that? One hand I hear, you got to hold it, I'm sorry. On one hand I hear that her points were insufficient in a particular category. And Mr. Scholes is contending that that is not the case. I get the impression that such information was conveyed back to the university through whatever channels that brings us to this point. How was that dealt with? Was there another review, some determination that the contention that he's making is incorrect?
Dr. Tarver, it is my understanding that the appeals review committee did look at that and still determined that she was below the standard with regard to her publication points. And I'm not sure if Dr. Sahu has any comment to want to include in that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Doctor. Only if Doctor.
I can't hold it down fast enough. To question, yeah.
I think Dr. Sahu is trying to address that for you, Dr. Tarver. You'll need to press the gray button, Dr. Sahu.
It's not holding. Yeah, I got it now.
Okay.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman of the Board of Trustees, members of the board.
Okay, wait, hold, Dr. Sahu. You don't have to hold it. Just press the button now. Is it on? Yes, sir. No, it's not. Press it again, please. Is it on?
Yes. I can speak up. Okay. I can speak up. I teach classes with 127.
Why don't you go to the podium?
I'll speak here. Good morning. Chairman of Board of Supervisors, members of the Board of Supervisors, Chair of the Academic Affairs Committee, Dr. Tarver, faculty colleagues, guests, visitors. Again, a good morning. I would like to, specifically answer the question Dr. Tarver asked, and the appeals committee had evaluated, and I have the dossier with me, a 7-person appeals committee in the end, and they had found Dr. Ogunkoya lacking in publication. And when I went back and in preparation to this, the faculty handbook says that you have to have 25 points in order for maximum in terms of publications. 15 of those are if you have published a book. Dr. Ogunkoya has included a publication which she has listed as one of her books that she has published, and which is not authored by her. And when the appeals committee took that book out, she fell short. That's what I think. I don't question that, but that's the only explanation I can have. So, that when you exclude that book from her list of research and publications, the book is worth 15 points, the maximum is 25 points. I think that's what probably persuaded them to, or however they calculated, that she fell short. There were 7 persons in that peer review committee board, professors dispersed across the committee. Like our counsel said, it's a peer review process, and that was the finding of the appeals committee. I would like to, I think this is an opportunity for us to inform our policymakers, the Board of Supervisors, about adhering to university policy. There were no errors or misinformation. There was objective, even-handed evaluative measures conducted by Dr. Ogunkoya's peers. Nothing was arbitrary or capricious
we merely followed process. If you look at the appeals committee letter, the appeals committee letter clearly identifies that Dr. Ogunkoya was evaluated at the department level by her faculty peers, and she was denied. She was later evaluated by the department chair, and she was denied. She was evaluated further by the college committee, and she was denied. She was evaluated by the college dean, and she was denied. And then the package came to academic affairs. We merely, at this point of time, make sure that the process is being followed, and it was passed on to the university committee, which provided a recommendation in our favor. That is when we get involved, and that's when, at the direction of the executive vice president, vice chancellor, I had the opportunity to review the dossier, where I found Dr. Ogunkoya has included in her list of publications a lab manual where only her last name is there, and has cited that as one of her book publications. And I want to, this amounts to academic dishonesty. What we hold our students accountable in terms of the university constituents accountable on academic dishonesty is this. Southern University and A&M College identifies, I'm reading, academic dishonesty as any deliberate attempt to gain an unfair advantage in academic work. Academic dishonesty is further defined as falsification of information, intentionally furnishing false or misleading information, presentation or submission of work by someone else as if it were one's own. And then if a student does that, they will receive an automatic F, and that may lead to dismissal from the university. Further, in the student code of conduct, it says, not just the students, all members of Southern University community are expected to be responsible adults, representatives and ambassadors of the university. The following conduct at any attempt to engage in the following will be subject to intervention and disciplinary action. Number 1, academic integrity. Any form of academic dishonesty, which may include but is not limited to number C, fabrication, falsification, and dishonesty. Number E, plagiarism. So Dr. Ogunkoya's inclusion of this lab manual and calling it as our own publication amounts to that academic dishonesty. The learned counsel presented something, a letter from Pearson, and if you read that letter, nowhere it says that Dr. Ogunkoya is the author of that lab manual. All she did was choose various chapters from the lab manual, and they included the name just so that they could sell that book to the students by identifying what class and who that lab manual is for. If I take I'm just giving you something to think about. If I take a play by Shakespeare and take out one chapter of that, I do not become a co-author of Shakespeare. And that's what I think the Learned Counsel is saying. Nowhere in the letter they are saying Dr. Ogunkoya was the co-author of this publication. So this is a matter of grave concern for this university. I have, the committee, when they saw, they had recommended that she not even be given the 1-year terminal contract. So the university has been very kind and compassionate. Nowhere you will see admission of guilt that she did it inadvertently or saying any remorse. So in her letter, she says that, oh, that's something that Dr. Sahu, alludes to. So in academic affairs, we are keeper of the process. And this process, there was a dislocation of process. And because in the peer review process, there was not unanimity, we got involved, and this was the discovery. And that discovery was communicated to the executive vice president, vice chancellor, and to the president, and to the peers. And the peer committee said that this should be considered as an act of fraud, a serious offense against academic integrity in her discipline, and that's exactly what it is. So Dr. Ogunkoya, in summary, falls short in terms of her publication points, and her action of including a publication that is not her own amounts to academic dishonesty. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman. I recognize. I am. Thank you, sir. As I appreciated the expectation from this board and throughout the universities that we would have our academicians, of course, to have a process that provides for due process. It's a peer review process. It's not only an expectation, it's an obligation, I think, of our academicians that they take a look at themselves and evaluate themselves to the degree. And as we go through this, this applies to the processes of tenure and promotion, the expectation that we have. It appears from reading this very thoroughly that indeed this process is a very good peer review model. It has gone through the levels of the department, the dean, the division, the vice chancellor of academic affairs. And Mr. Chairman, fellow board members, I find nothing in here arbitrary or capricious about that process. And thus, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we deny this appeal.
We have a motion. We have a second. 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 Okay, we know. We got three. Okay. Trying to get them.
Yeah, I just have a question with regards to the denial. I guess what they're saying, are you saying, Dr. Saad, are you saying there was an intent there? Was there an intent, or maybe the lawyer can tell us, you know, is this something that may have happened, or are you saying there's an intent there?
No, it's a matter of fact. It's there for your review. I have the dossier with me, and the faculty colleague of mine, Dr. Ogunkoya, has included in that package a publication that is not her own and calling it her own, for which she has been credited, you know, evaluative points. So it was not intent, it is fact.
Okay, I guess my question is, and probably her attorney can address this, was this something that may have just have happened?
Yes, sir. In my mind, sir, it's more than intention. In the table of contents, it says list your publications, and she has listed this lab manual as a book that she has authored and published. It's there.
Can our attorney at least address that, the reasoning behind why she would have done that? Then maybe you can answer that question to give me some clarity.
I cannot surmise why, or the thought or intentions behind why she did that. I don't know if Mr. Showles want to speak to that.
The lab manual, we believe, is a red herring, a false issue. In the packet, in that abbreviated packet that we provided to you at Exhibit 6, Exhibit 6 is Dr. Dean Carrier's email to Dr. Sahu resolving the plagiarism allegation and acknowledging that she had sufficient publication points without regard to the Pearson manual. Exhibit 2 in that same packet documents that in 2018, when she applied, she met the evaluative matrix in every area except for professional activities and community service. In other words, from the start, there was not a problem with her publications. The lab manual is something that she was requested to participate in by the universe, or by the publisher, as a part of her course instruction. She didn't negotiate to have this listed as something she published. Rather, she had already met the publication requirements when they approached her about this and said, here's how we handle this, here's what we do, here's how it's done. She said, okay, I'll comply. She doesn't need that publication to meet the score, and she had no intent to add that publication. She has several peer-reviewed, co-authored, and solely authored articles that get her over the points threshold, and so she had no need to do that. She had no intent to do that. She was requested by them to do that. When this issue arose, the university contacted Pearson Publishing. Mr. Ty Olden responded in 2 or 3 letters. I hope they're a part of the dossier that the university assembled. But it was made clear, hey, this is what we do when we do this all across the country. We asked her to do it. She complied with our request. But it's not material to her tenure application because there was no deception or plagiarism or dishonesty there. She had more than adequate publication. They asked her to do this. She's doing her job. Yes, I'll do that. And so it's not rightfully a part of this. Long before the Pearson Manual became an issue, the university had already said the only place she's lacking is professional activities and community service. We feel like it is arbitrary and capricious to commit math errors, to say she doesn't have the points that in fact she has, to say that we're going to deny her for complying with a request made to her in the course of her duties to customize this manual, to assist them to tailor it for that class. That's not authorship, but she doesn't need to have that authorship to make the evaluative matrix score that's required. And so to ask her to do that and then to penalize her for doing it, we think is an example of an arbitrary action by the administration.
Your mic is not on, Mr. Gillum.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Point of order. We have a motion and a second on the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Discussion.
Excuse me, to the extent that I could just respond and complete the answer based upon Mr. Shaw's response. Obviously, the university did not request that she put the LAMP manual in her tenure packet. That is a decision that Dr. Ogunkoya made on her own. And then obviously, if it was included, she expected it to be considered as such.
Mr. Chairman, a point of clarification. According to what Mr. Shaw said, if you just took this out of the equation, I believe he said that she had sufficient points to satisfy the criteria for promotion. Is that correct, or is that not?
It is my understanding that it's my understanding that the appeals committee has determined that she did not make the required points for publication, taking out the lab manual.
Mr. Chairman, final comment on the motion. I recognize the importance of the faculty input in the development of our policy reference to this, whether or not I agree with it. And we've striven over the years to build up a solid policy base that would help us in this process. And in that light, I hope that my questions are not being misinterpreted as being for or against this. But I am a firm believer that our policies must be not just enforced, but this matter has been brought to the board's attention for some clarification, it appears to me, and I believe that's the sense of your motion, Mr. Gilliam. But
Yes.
I don't know if the board can put itself in the position of substituting for faculty wisdom in all of this, and I fail to see what that is. So I'll just withdraw from that.
Oops. That was the essence of my motion, and again, I call for the vote.
All in favor of the motion?
Carver's last statement, which I really wanted to hear because his microphone went out again, Doc, because your experience throughout this system is very important. So I really would like to hear the last comment that you made, and I offer my apologies for interrupting the meeting.
I wish that I could be more definitive, but the way in which all of this has been presented still leaves a lot of questions in my mind. But those questions don't fall in favor of necessarily the appeal nor the faculty. I certainly believe the faculty has exercised what we expected them to do in discharging their duties and responsibilities. And so I'm in support of what the faculty does. I wasn't sure whether we've heard what that faculty position was. This document that Mr. Scholes refers to on the very last page, item 6, is a letter from the dean of the college on this matter. But there's nothing else that follows that. There's nothing that tells me that the position by the dean of the college has been dealt with by the faculty or anybody else, other than it's gone to the president, I believe, has sustained the recommendation of the dean, but it doesn't tell me anything at all about whether or not the faculty ever reviewed that. And I still can't seem to get a clear answer about the role of the faculty in that final determination.
Mr. Chairman, may I be heard? I'm not at all confused about what the faculty's position is, with all due respect. Because if the faculty's position were to grant her tenure, this matter would not be before us today. That's the reality of it. That's number one. Chris Shiles is my very good friend and a very good lawyer, and I've done a lot of business with him and respect him highly. But the matter of the manual is not something that we can just dismiss. It's not as far as I'm concerned, it's not a matter of whether or not the points add up. The inclusion of the lab manual for me is a threshold matter. And it should not have been included in her application for tenure, wherein she claimed it as her own work. That, for me, is a problem. And if it's not a problem for the academy, and if it's not a problem for this board, then God help us. What she did, based on the clear evidence contained in the record, and I took time. I was concerned about the sheer volume of documentation that our counsel provided us, but I took the time to go through all of those tabs and read it. All right? And what she did is akin to me in law school saying to somebody who took the class before me, hey, look, you wrote a good paper, didn't you? Yeah, you got an A on it. Yes. Well, give me the paper, and do I have your permission? I'm going to delete a few paragraphs, and I'm going to put my name on it and turn it in. That would not be acceptable. In fact, it would warrant and could include my being kicked out of school for it. The larger point also is I am very uncomfortable as a board member inserting myself into what ought to be and is traditionally throughout higher education in this country a peer review and peer driven process. There's a reason for that. And I'll say another thing. I think this matter being before the board is also a larger question because there appears to be a conflict in our policy that we perhaps need to deal with in another setting, Mr. Gillum, who chairs our governance committee, such that we can bring clarity to this. But I believe And I firmly believe, I'm very uncomfortable with upsetting or disrupting what the faculty has done. I'm very uncomfortable with the board inserting itself in this kind of process that ought to be maintained and driven by the faculty, absent some arbitrary, capricious, and obvious denial of somebody's rights. And I'm ready to vote.
May I respond to the chairman? Mr. Chairman, not being a lawyer, I would not have been able to be as eloquent as you are in presenting that case, but there's one point that nobody has made. I heard what Dr. Sahu said, but I can't find in any of this material an indictment of that fact. Can you show me, Dr. Sahu, in all of this material where you charge her with plagiarism and that plagiarism is the basis upon which she was denied those points? Is that, can you point to that piece for me? Because I've got this statement from the dean who says that it wasn't.
Mr. Chair, may I respond, sir? That is very clear, sir, Dr. Tarver. To help you make a choice, that is very clear in the letter from the appeals committee. There is a very fine, developed, documented peer review process. And part of that, when all the appeals are exhausted at the department, college, and academic affairs and the university committee level, there is 7-member peer faculty group elected to serve on this committee. And that committee said that the title of this lab manual is included among her list of publications. If intentional, I'm quoting, this would be an act of fraud, a serious offense against academic integrity in her discipline. So it is very clear in terms of communication to Dr. Ogunkoya. I want to be on record here. I may have faulted here, and I want to admit that. There is a reason I did not recommend that or include that in my draft to the Executive Vice President, because this will become a permanent record on this faculty colleague of mine. If I had done that, or if I do that, I think she will have utmost difficulty in finding another faculty position at any reputable university. So maybe I faulted on that, but I just thought that by going through the process, the faculty-driven process, and let the outcome speak to the recognition of the process and not further, hurt the standing of this faculty colleague of mine. I do want to reinforce, while I have the opportunity, that in academic affairs, we absolutely try to maintain process and policy. And that's exactly what I think I would like to reiterate the chairman's statement, that if we cannot hold accountable our faculty to the same standards we hold accountable to our students, where can we have integrity is the first standard of SAC COC accreditation which we went through. How can we assure integrity in our process when somebody takes somebody else's work where she has not a single word of authorship in that, and by this all convoluted claims, all these fancy words being used to say that it's a red herring. It is a clear act of academic dishonesty, and it is intentional because it is included in that manual, and like the learned counsel said, nobody prompted her to do that. She included that. And I also want, for your understanding, Dr. Tavo, probably this will provide some clarity. It was not discovered that she had done that, because most faculty accept what colleagues give as material fact, that her calculation of points at the department level, at the college level, and at the university level all recognize that lab manual as her publication the way she stated it. It's only in the appeal that it was discovered that she had included this lab manual as a publication. And as I mentioned in the faculty handbook, there are 25 points that is awarded to research and publication, and 15 of those 25 points to a book publication, and I have that with me. So if you take that 15 points out, she falls short. And I think I'm not going to question the unanimous determination of a 7-member faculty appeals committee, but that's what I think, that when you take those 15 points out, she fell short, and that was what was communicated to her. I'll answer any other questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gillum, are you ready for a vote? Okay. Roll call, please.
Yes. Dr. Gaines?
No, yes or no, Dr. Gaines. This is on the motion.
I think the motion was to dismiss the appeal.
Correct.
Or deny the appeal. So a yes would be an affirmative vote to deny the appeal. Dr. Gaines? Dr. Tarver? Ms. Bartholomew? Dr. Davis? Mr. Gilliam? Reverend Tolbert?
Yes.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay. We are now at item 7, which is information items. Matter of fact, there are 4 information items in that area.
Dr. Gaines, I think each of the campuses are prepared to make a brief presentation speaking to their efforts as it relates to the delivery of online instruction. And we are going to start with the Southern University Baton Rouge campus, acting that Attorney Tracy Barley, who brings leadership over our Office of E-Learning, to make that presentation on behalf of Southern University Baton Rouge.
Good morning, Attorney Rutledge, Dr. Belton, members of the board and chancellors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update to you on progress with online on the Baton Rouge campus. I have prepared a detailed report that's included in the board package, and I'm happy to answer questions about that after the presentation if you have them. The report includes key trends, challenges, plans for growth, followed by a list of recommendations. For this morning, I would like to focus on some key areas, which would be our program inventory, challenges that we faced in terms of growing the program inventory, the enrollment growth, followed by a list of recommendations. As you can see from this current slide, this is just an overview of what we do on the Baton Rouge campus in terms of enrollment in the online program. We are responsible for administration, which includes compliance, innovation, making sure that our fees are in accord with the market, and making sure that the program does not operate at a loss. We are also responsible for faculty recruitment, retention, training, support, as well as faculty compensation. In terms of students, we are responsible for recruitment, retention, support, and making sure that we are graduating the students that we bring in. For programming, we are looking at how we can do micro-credentialing. We administer the degree programs, and we are also responsible for creating and recommending innovative pathways to degree completion, and again, making sure that those programs are competitive as well as profitable. Next slide, please. In the strategic plan, there are a list of 24 goals that 24 strategies to help us achieve the goal, but I want to focus on these 2 critical strategies this morning, which is the crux of what we do. That would be to build and scale and sustain online programs as well as certificates, and we also want to develop a detailed enrollment plan for action for online education. Next slide, please. Currently, our program inventory consists of 4 undergraduate degree programs, although one of those is dormant. That's the BS degree in computer science. We have 3 graduate programs and 1 graduate certificate in supply chain management. Next slide. As you can see from this, I included this in the presentation so that you could see how we are trending. The blue arrow, the blue bars represent our actual enrollment, and the gold bars indicate projected or aspirational enrollment. From fall 13 through this current academic year, there's actually been 133% growth in the programs. Fall 18-19, we had a significant growth, although it was less than what was anticipated in the strategic plan. It did represent a 32% increase over the prior year. And in fall 2020, we had a 9% growth, although that's far less than the expected 100% growth that we should have had according to the strategic plan. It still beats the national average. Just looking at statistics this morning, nationally, enrollment overall is down for undergraduate students, 4%. Freshman decline is 16%, and overall growth at colleges and universities across the country is down 3%. So our 9% actually beat the national average, although it's less than what we had anticipated and projected. Next slide, please. This slide is included so that you can get a snapshot of where we are and where our reach is. In the fall 2020 count type of student, that's who we are reaching. As you can see, transfer students is an area where we anticipate far greater growth, so we have a lot of work to do in that area. Our readmitted students, those are the stop-out students. That's the natural reach for us as any institutions. Freshman enrollment is low. That's what we don't get a lot of 18-year-olds, traditional age students going into online as their first choice. I don't have my glasses, so I'm struggling a little bit, excuse me. For our new graduate program, that's an area that we continue to grow, and we had 66 new students in the graduate programs this year. Again, the national data indicates that most graduate students, they get their information about graduate programs from online, and those are the students who are drawn to online programs. Our continuing students, these are the stop-out students that I just mentioned. We have focused on recruiting those students actively and trying to find ways to get them actually enrolled. And our continuing students, we are doing a great job of retaining the students that we admit. Count of major type, although we only have 7 active programs, you can see that we don't have any low enrollment programs. There's an outlier, and that's this information. We maintain fidelity to Banner, and that information comes directly from Banner, but we know what it is. That's a student who needs a major change. Next slide, please. The challenges that we faced now and moving forward, and we do need to address these challenges, so this is a good opportunity for us to review where we are. For program development, we always have to consider the prioritization of programs on the campus. We don't operate in a vacuum. The programs emanate from the departments, and we also have to consider the faculty adequacy issue. We can't develop programs with the limited faculty that we have, so we are making sure that we coordinate with departments that have faculty appropriate to teach the students, also given other issues on the campus. The unduplication issue, that's an issue that the Board of Regents requires, that we not offer unduplicated programs. The cost is always a consideration. There are costs associated with new program development, including faculties. We have a program pending right now. First year cost will be over $300,000. We need to develop a comprehensive marketing strategy and create and enhance our workflow processes and additional student support staff. The enrollment projections, there's a detailed chart in the package, and I would encourage you to look at it. It outlines exactly where our market is and where our market is not in the state of Louisiana, which goes back to our comprehensive development of a new marketing strategy. Next slide, please. Our plans for growth. We do intend to continue to look at establishing credentials, micro-credentials, and certificate programs that lead to graduate degrees. This is an area, again, that requires a good amount of thought, because as we develop certificate programs, these have to be self-funded. Students do not receive financial aid for certificate programs. So as we look at certificates and credentials that can be employer-funded, we also may have to make sure that they are at a price point so that individuals can pay for those out of pocket. We also need to continue developing partnerships with community colleges to create some associate degrees to master's degree programs. We are in conversations with 2 departments on campus, at the Baton Rouge campus, and also in collaboration with SUNO. But again, these are faculty adequacy issues that we absolutely must consider, and departments are hesitant at this point to really start to develop programs when they just don't have faculty to add them to it. So that's an issue that we always have to consider. For the increases in enrollment, we want to expand and diversify our channels of marketing. We have been relatively limited and hamstrung by what we can actually do at this point, so we've had conversations with Dr. Belton and the administration about how we can rectify those areas. So I'm confident that we are moving forward to be able to address that. We have to expand recruitment regionally and nationally. Again, referring back to the chart that's in the report, it clearly indicates that our market within the state is going to be relatively limited. So if we have any opportunity to meet those expectations that are already established, then we have to develop a more regional and national strategy. And finally, what we noticed based on the trends, again, looking at 2020 and 2019 that are included in the report, we can see that transfer students, those stop-out students or readmitted students, and the graduate students continue to be opportunities for us to move forward. Next slide. I do want to talk about, this is included in the presentation, a copy of which is in the report also. For the fall of 2020, we do have some programs that are pending. The hospitality and food industry leadership that is circulating through the Board of Regents at this point with an expected response date by November 3rd. The RN to BSM, we are still working through the SACS process on that. And again, that's an area that we have to be attuned to market and environmental opportunities for us to move forward. We are working very closely with departments on campus now in high demand areas to bring those degrees forward where there is market demand and unduplicated efforts in the state. And finally, the recommendations that we have, we absolutely need to increase our investment in the program. Again, working with the administration and Dr. Belton, we've narrowed down some opportunities for us to increase some funding back into online because there is a cost of acquisition for every single student that we get. And in order for us to be competitive, we have to accept that we cannot, students are not just going to come. It's a very competitive marketplace for us. We have to be able to stand out. We have to expand our reach nationally and regionally. We need to reinvest some of what we earn back into the program, and also it's going to be absolutely critical for us to assist the departments in obtaining additional faculty people to teach in the program. So I've exceeded my time. I thank you, and if you have any questions, I'm available.
Mr. Chairman, I have.
Somebody asked a question. I think it's over here.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I noticed that you said in regards to the budget for marketing, do you have any anticipated budget for what you want or what the university will consider to be the budget marketing to recruit these students, these targeted students, as well as do you have a budget estimation for what it would take for the faculty to gain the faculty needed to increase the
I do. The need per department for faculty will vary depending on the department and the program. The first year costs are going to be higher, but again, these are revenue generating programs, so after the initial investment, then there will be funds to hire additional faculty people. I've spoken to Dr. Belton and our finance people on campus and Dr. Sahu about what the options are for us to generate for a marketing plan. We do have a significant cost. The national average for cost of acquisition for one student, so let me just say this, institutions that have significantly large populations of online students, the majority of those are outsourced. Not full programs, but there are different models for doing that. But national cost of acquisition is about $2,600 per student. And those are for private companies that do the marketing. For public four-year institutions, the cost is significantly less, but nevertheless is higher than what we are spending per student. So per student, you know, we can do the math. If we anticipate 500 new students next year, we need to be paying somewhere around $600. That's on the extremely low end. $600 per student as a cost of acquisition. And again, that's just based on us being a four-year public institution where we are doing the work ourselves. But it's about minimally $600 per student. And again, that's going to depend on the market. If we're recruiting in Dallas, If we are recruiting in Colorado, then that's going to be a little bit different. But that's the channels of marketing that we need to explore. So there are significant costs associated with that. And again, talking with Dr. Belton and Dr. Sahu, and Mr. Pugh, exploring avenues for us to get the revenue to do that. But without a significant investment, then we are going to be in a difficult position. But I am still hopeful because I know that we can do it. It's a valuable service that we want to provide to the citizens of Louisiana and across the country. We have a great expertise at Southern University that we can share. We just have to be available and explore the internal and external variables that are impacting our ability to do it. And we need to have these regular conversations about what's happening nationally so that we can adjust.
I know you.
Yes.
Well, no aspect to recruit students, but what more so would you do to recruit in-state? I can imagine that cost will be less, or at least less significant than the other going regional.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because again, and I'm not the communications expert, but I've had conversations with communications experts. So last year, we did some, we did what our budget would allow. And just for 2 billboards, which is hard for us to click what the access point is, but they bring awareness. We spent on 2 billboards almost $13,000. We did channel marketing. We sent people to professional conferences where we could market. That's over $8,000 for 2 people to market at professional conferences. We also did digital marketing twice last year, locally through the Advocate. That was almost $10,000. So it's not an insignificant cost. And again, if you go in and you Google, just put in Southern University or online, there are national institutions that are also in this area. So you have to pay for space and market saturation to get that. And the more important issue is we need to do a market analysis. So as you can see from some of those charts, and again in the detailed report, that we can't just throw paint on the wall and go after where it lands. We need to be strategic and target the students that we want. We know based on trends that we have a market for transfer students and the continuing students. Where are they? So 18 to 21-year-olds are not the traditional market for online students. We are going to be looking at the 25-year-old females, African Americans, but we need to know where they are. If they happen to be in Bossier City, I think it's Bossier City in the state of Louisiana, we are not going to have much success. Bossier City is the 3rd least connected city of 65,000 in the country. That means that we can't realistically expect to get those 25-year-old females from that city because there's little access to the internet. So a market analysis is going to help us understand where we need to go and where our reach will be. And this is the value of having this conversation, that although we have these goals, we have to figure out how it's going to get there and what it's going to cost us to do it. But it's absolutely achievable. We just need to make sure that we are all on the same page and understand that there's a cost associated to it and there's a strategy that goes into doing it.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is the first time I get to talk at a meeting, so I appreciate it. Glad to be here. And I did a little looking in since the last meeting when I heard Chairman Rutledge. I don't know what you call it, but he kind of got on the president a little bit. He wanted to know about this, and that's why you're here. So thank you. I think it's a good point. But my question is real simple. Are you looking to get 500 students next year? Is that what you're trying to do? Is that our goal? Or?
So my goal is always, the strategic plan guides everything that we do. The goal has always been for us to build capacity. We build a foundation so that when those students come, we are able to serve them. We are doing that really well. Tremendous support from the administration in terms of building out the office so that we have the people in place to be able to serve those students. What we know is that for online students, referrals, word of mouth make a difference in how we can market. But the strategic plan calls for us to have, I believe, next fall, 750 students. So if we had met the goal of 500 this semester, then next semester it's a 250% increase. What's a little challenging is that for us this year would have been literally a 100% increase over what we were last year. And so because we didn't meet the goal this year, then it's going to be that much more challenging for next year. So we are at about 500 students for next year.
Okay. So my next point, I appreciate the 100% and all that, but I think online is probably a little different. There are schools in Louisiana that have thousands and thousands upon thousands of online students. I'm not talking about LSU Baton Rouge either.
Correct.
There are students and there are schools that are smaller than Southern University that have, I can't even add it up. I don't know if it's 50 times more, but it's thousands. And I think we either need that's my opinion for people to think about. I think it's an easy area to grow. It takes a lot of money though, Mr. President, for sure. I know a little bit about marketing and advertising, but you can go into, you were talking about other areas. I mean, international or national is not much more expensive on the internet. It's really not any more expensive. You can geo-fence around certain areas to get certain populations, whether it be 25-year-old females or 17-year-olds that are about to go to college that can't quite afford to get away. Maybe get a semester or a year in and or an associate degree. I think we should be thinking about thousands, because I really think it's the wave of the future. Particularly right now, we don't know how long this pandemic is going to last. So, but even when it ends, people are learning a new way of life. I mean, we've been doing these meetings by Zoom, and I have a daughter in school. I mean, my kids are in Zooming every day. So I think it's the timing is perfect for us to really look at this hard and expand it. And maybe, I know money's always a problem at every school, but I think, Mr. President, I think we need to think big and look at expanding this maybe. And I'll do anything I can do to help. And I think the board would have to agree with me on this. We need to really attack it because while we can.
I appreciate that.
So thank you for your work, and let's keep moving.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will say that, I'm always looking at how to do better and how we can move forward, because it just doesn't affect SUBR. It's all of our campuses. Those smaller institutions, a couple things happen. One, there's millions of dollars of an initial investment in those programs, and then secondly, those institutions always outsource parts of it, and they have companies that do the marketing, and that's why the cost of acquisition is so high per student, because you don't get thousands of students overnight. There's clearly a strategy for it, and there's a plan for it to happen. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the support.
Thank you very much. Attorney Redmond.
Thank you, Dr. Gaines, and thank you, Ms. Barley. It's always tough when you're first out of the gate, so you get all the questions, and the rest of them probably won't get very many. But Mr. Amadi is right. This has been in my craw for a minute, and I really want to see us. Achieve some measure of success in this program. How long have you been in the role where you are now?
Since February of 19.
Of 2019.
Yes.
Okay. And how many students are in the program as we speak right now?
215.
215.
Yes.
And this next question is for not only you, Ms. Barley, but it's for Mr. McClinton, and it's for Dr. Belton, and it's for Dr. Sahu. So hopefully between the four of you, somebody can get close to this. Do you know what the total budget was for this program, say, 3 years ago?
I do not. Not 3 years ago, I do not.
Anybody? What about last year? What was the total budget for this program? How much did you have?
Last year, Attorney Rutledge, I received $35,000.
What did you receive for this year?
I don't know yet.
What did you ask for?
I asked for about $300,000.
All right. Because clearly $35,000 ain't going to cut it.
I would agree.
Right? $35,000. If that's all if that's the level of priority that we have to this program, frankly, we ought to shut it down. Well, I ain't finished. I'm trying to help you. All right. We ought to shut it down. If we're only going to if that's the extent of our priority, Mr. President and Chancellor, then we need to close this program. Let me finish, please.
Right, I just want to clarify. She's not speaking of personnel costs. So that's
Right.
She's talking about. So with regard to personnel costs, I'm not sure, but I would dare say that in terms of personnel alone, we're spending probably over $200,000 in this program.
But
but you're right, and she's right,
right.
in terms of the need for additional investment.
But
So-
isn't it a fair statement that the personnel that you have is in direct alignment to the number of students that you have? Would you expect that to grow if your personnel to grow if your student population grew beyond 215?
Sure.
Ms.
So-
Barley? Wait, hold on. I want Ms. Barley?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now help me understand the difference in the delivery of instruction between the online platform versus a virtual platform. All right. We transitioned almost overnight because of COVID to a virtual platform, right, where you had a teacher delivering instruction virtually through Zoom or some other medium. Is the online delivery much of the same? Tell me how it's delivered.
So for Southern University Online, our fully online degree programs, our delivery is asynchronous. The reason that we use asynchronous is because, and that's where the instructor and the student are not in the same space at the same time, is because, again, the market that the population of people, the demographic group who typically pursue online, we use asynchronous. You know, people who work all day, work all night, have families, come home, we don't want them tied to a specific time to be online. So when the universities did the rapid transition from traditional to remote, that's where the instructors were still teaching courses at the exact same time that they were previously scheduled. That did not impact Southern University Online. That was for the main campus. That was remote instruction where they used Zoom, supported the instruction with in the learning management system. And some people call that virtual, but you know, typically it's remote instruction. So there is a distinction, and that's synchronous, where the instructor and the student appear at the same time.
Asynchronous is that you can go through an online portal to access the delivery of the instruction, but it may have been recorded by the professor some time ago. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
They are not in the same place at the same time.
Okay. Okay, that helps. Now, is this supported by Banner?
Banner is our ERP, so it's not directly supported. The courses are put into Banner, and Banner feeds Moodle, but Moodle is the learning management system. That's where the students access the course material.
Okay. When Mr. Amity talked about our peer institutions, I believe like schools like Northwestern have thousands the last time I looked. I think Mrs. Smith and I were talking about Southeastern and the number of students that they have in their online program. Are there any, when you look nationally, are there any programs that are offered online that are like the most popular, like that are the top 2 or 3 that people are looking for in an online platform?
So there's a split between the graduate and the undergraduate, of course. All right, so the graduate programs, those are unique. The MBA program is always a very popular program. That's one of the most in-demand and high-valued graduate degrees that you can have, is the MBA. And at an undergraduate level, they vary. That varies. Everything that we do, is tied to the labor market and then the 4- and 5-star programs. So for us, for example, we are looking at working with speech and language pathology to do speech and language pathology. That will be a high demand program because there are very few of them. There's a criminal justice program, several in every single state. In every single state, those programs grow. Okay. So there are some that are more or less popular. It depends on the area that you are in. It depends on the labor market. There are a number of variables. And again, for us, it's if we decided that we wanted to just say hypothetically psychology. Yes, we have an undergraduate degree in psychology. We got a lot of students who are interested in psychology. A lot of students who are interested in psychology. If we wanted to go to the Board of Regents and ask for a master's degree in psychology, so then the process is we submit all the forms, and then it circulates through the state to see, okay, where are the other programs in psychology? If there are none, we may get one. If there are others, we may not. So it's looking at the national trends, but also looking what's currently available. And because Northwestern already has so many programs in other schools, that we are coming out of the gate late asking for certain programs. So we are a bit hamstrung. We need to be more creative about what we are offering online. Again, getting faculty to buy in to do it in departments and making sure that they have the ability to carry that out.
Yes, ma'am. You mentioned the word outsourced.
Yes.
So is there is a company that specializes in assisting colleges and universities with identifying and connecting them to students for this kind of online program? Is that what you meant? Is that what you meant?
Yes, there are lots of companies, lot of companies that will do that, and it layers by what you need them to do, what you already have capacity to do versus where you need assistance, and they will do whatever you ask them. So I mean, there are some good things and bad things about using those. If you need immediate infusion of students, then that's one way to go.
Yeah, and it's your sense, based on your experience with this, that the schools that we're talking about, some of our peer institutions, those that have enjoyed a measure of success with this program, have taken advantage of the services being provided through outsourcing.
A couple of things, yes. Large infusions of investments of capital up front, and also employing OPMs, online program management companies, to help build individual programs. Some schools say take over it all. I think Southern had an experience with one of those, didn't go well. Yeah. But there's a way to do it for
I heard a lot about that. I wasn't on the board at the time.
Right, and we're not, I just needed to mention that. But then there are other opportunities for individual programs and for individual services. So it depends on what you need, but it's just my experience in this area and talking to people at schools all over, including here in Louisiana, that a lot of it had to do with initial capital investments, significant, and relying on outside assistance.
Let me be quiet by saying this to you. One, I know it's again tough being first out of the gate, and if my questions were strong, I sincerely apologize, but I've got a lot of passion for this. And I do want to make certain that, because if we expect you to be successful in giving leadership to this program, we need to empower you and provide you with the necessary tools to make it happen. Would that be a fair statement?
Absolutely, and I really appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. And right now, I don't feel like, based on what you've told me, that you got all of the tools in the toolbox to achieve at a level that we expect you to right now as we talk today. And you can benefit from some more tools in that toolbox. Would that be a fair statement?
That would be a fair statement, and I would say that, again, having this come up at the last board meeting and bringing attention to it, I think it's really critical, and it has been helpful, because I think now we are all on the same page about what needs to happen and have a good plan for how to get there. So yes, I appreciate that.
So my final comment is to Dr. Belton. All right. And all of us have heard this, right? If you want to know where a person's priorities are, you ask them for their checkbook. Ask them for a printout of their bank statement. And you can quickly see where their priorities are, where they're spending their money. Now, Dr. Belton, you've told me more than once, publicly and privately, that this program is a priority. And so what I'm asking you to do is to apply the financial resources to it that demonstrates that it is in fact a priority. And I'm hopeful that you can look at whatever remaining CARES Act revenue that we've got to see if you can squirrel away some of that and appropriate it to this program, because I believe if you look at some of the national data, that there is a significant return on the investment in these programs, because you don't have the same brick and mortar expenses that you do in the traditional delivery of instruction. And so I would hope that you would get with Mr. McClinton and shake loose some money to apply to this program such that we can empower Ms. Barley and her colleagues to be successful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize for taking up so much time.
Thank you, Ms. Barley.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, President Belton, colleagues, I am going to present the online strategic plan for Southern University at New Orleans. And I want to start by saying that we have a tremendous resource across the university system with people who are engaged in online instruction. And you just heard from Attorney Barley the expertise that she has. We have it also at Sussex. You're going to hear from Dr. McEachin in a little bit. I'm going to try and build that capacity at Southern University, New Orleans. And to do that, we started with the, if we could go to the first slide, we started with the University System Strategic Plan. There are specific goals related to increasing online enrollment. And if you go to the next slide, you will see how SUNO adopted goals in line with the system strategic plan in order to build and increase online enrollment. There were targets that were made in line with the goals at SUNO. However, when Mr. Chairman, you gave the charge, we took a look at what we were doing, and we're not there. And so we have built a conservative growth model at SUNO that we think is achievable. Next slide. I want to spend some time talking about this particular slide because you talked about it with Attorney Barley and also with President Belton. In order for an institution to have success in online education, there has to be an infrastructure. And that infrastructure is costly. Now, what we have decided to do at SUNO is to develop this organizational structure that includes an executive director of online, an instructional designer who will work with the faculty. They will have a course support specialist. And these next two are extremely important: a student support coordinator and student advisor. If we're going to have programs that are 100% online, these students don't have time to come to the campus and stand in line and have telephone calls that are not answered. And so we are building this infrastructure that includes the student support that's going to be 24/7, program recruiters, digital learning administrator, and an LMS coordinator. This kind of structure is necessary and critical if you're going to reach the goals that we've set. Now, in order for us to do this, we have identified new resources that have been allocated to the university through Title III. In fact, because of the growth in the number of students, the growth in number of students who are Pell Grant recipients, the number of students who are in graduate and professional school, the university this fiscal year that started October 1 will receive an additional allocation of funds from Title III. We're going to use over half of those funds to invest in this infrastructure that is needed in order for us to meet the goals. If you would go to the next slide. Back in 2006, SUNO was approved to implement 3 fully online programs. However, the only one that was implemented was the Masters of Museum Studies. And so this coming fall, all 3 of those programs are going to be implemented. So we'll start this fall with this coming fall, fall of 21, with 3 programs. Next slide. And Ms. Smith, you will recognize this number. We talked about this. 27 students currently enrolled in the online museum studies program. And as you can see, the other 2 programs have not begun yet. Next slide. And so for the next fall, fall 22, we will implement the Bachelor's in Health Information Management Systems, a Bachelor's in Psychology. Those are the 2 additional undergraduate programs, and 3 additional master's programs: Criminal Justice, a Master's of Arts in Teaching, and the Master's of Social Work. Next slide. If you go back in, this is real busy, but I'll just tell you what this slide says. When SUNO developed its strategic plan, if you take a look at fall of 20, and I just showed the slide where we have 27 students, SUNO said that it would have 110 students in fall of 2020. So that's the current plan with an eventual enrollment of 601 students. Next slide. To be realistic about this, you can see where we have 27 students, but we are saying by next fall, with the addition of those other 2 programs, Criminal Justice and Interdisciplinary Studies, we would reach 130 students. And by 2025, a conservative, this is conservative, 430 students instead of 601. And so if you go to the next slide, this shows that what we have done is to project a 10% growth in each of those programs across to 2025, adding the programs in interdisciplinary studies, criminal justice, the criminal justice masters, teaching, health information management systems, social work, and psychology. Next slide. So phase 1, these are the activities that we've identified as steps in phase 1. Course development, a lot of that has already been done because we have moved to virtual and some online teaching now. Implementing the proposed organizational structure. And by the way, we are now advertising for 3 of those positions that are in that organizational structure: the executive director, the instructional designer, and the support person for the instructional designer. Mr. Chairman, you mentioned something a few minutes ago about Banner and Moodle. Right now, the university system institutions use Moodle as its learning management system. Moodle is free. And so we're getting what we pay for. In order for us to move to where we need to be in online education, and I've spoken with President Belton about this, we need to move to a more powerful and more robust learning management system like Blackboard. We have had conversations with faculty across the university system. Blackboard is the consensus for faculty across the system. Some of our institutions are already in conversation with representatives of Blackboard to implement this system. And we are going to have some serious conversations about how we support faculty, especially if we want them to be successful in this. They have to have all of the tools that are necessary, and that learning management system is at the top of the list. Next slide. So in phase 2, we'll roll out the new fully online programs in an accelerated format. We can't offer all of these programs in a 16 or 17-week semester. People are working, they have jobs, they have families, they have other things that are going on. And so our plan is to roll these out in an 8-week format rather than the full semester, creating a one-stop virtual process center. Student can go online, take care of financial aid, admissions, registration, everything that they need to do. And we'll do that through a microsite that will be set up especially and exclusively for our online programs. Next slide. Recruitment, retention, and marketing. This is huge. And we have had these conversations about developing an approach to marketing, recruitment, and retention of students in these programs. And so you can see from this list of activities here, first of all, determine the value proposition to those people who have full-time jobs, who have families, who have lives. What does this degree mean to you? Free internet marketing. We know that things, as you have already observed, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, podcasts, webinars, and I have to also add Snapchat. Analytics, personalized messaging, online chats, online incentives, free ebooks, scholarships, and then retention. And this component here, once we get the students, we have to have all of the services available to them virtually. Next slide. So again, challenges: initial funding for investment, personnel with the right skill sets. And I can tell you, and Attorney Barley, when we recruited her to come here, we thought that, you know, we had enough resources to do this. But if you're going to get the kind of skills that we need to make certain that these programs are successful, we're going to have to invest in personnel, and personnel with the right skill sets. And so that organizational structure that I showed a few minutes ago is critical. Comprehensive marketing. As Attorney Barley said, this stuff isn't free. There are some free markets out there, but to do the kind of targeted marketing that we need to do, we have to have the resource to do it. And then, of course, course development and training. Next slide. Now, we developed a pro forma, Mr. Chairman, and we think that it is going to cost us to implement this structure and put all of the things in place, that it is going to cost us money to do this. Now, what we see is that based on those 3 programs, if we have the enrollment, 130 students going into next fall, we can generate somewhere around $1.3 million. The next thing is that we're going to come back because there has to be additional resources beyond what we have. And we're going to ask you to consider an online fee, a $30 fee that we would charge students in addition to their tuition. The investment that we're going to make from Title III, it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000. And then we think that our total revenue will be somewhere around 1.8 million. And after we take care of our expenses, if we work hard, make these numbers, that it will generate for us in the first year somewhere around $472,000 that we can plow back into our programs to continue to build the infrastructure, hire faculty, add additional staff as we go through. Just 1 year. Next slide. Again, the recommendations that we have is that we have consideration, your consideration of a distance education fee for online classes. We are going to look at our tuition. We're not going to price ourselves out of the market, but it is possible that our tuition for online programs will be higher than the tuition for our regular face-to-face classes. Based on what we have seen, the adult market is the place to be. In addition to that, it's one of the key measures or key metrics in the formula, the funding formula for the state of Louisiana. So we've given it some thought, Mr. Chairman, and we think that we have a plan that will work if we have the necessary resources to make it happen. Southern University, all of its campuses have name recognition all across this nation, across the globe, and we think if we put these programs out there in the right format, with the right support services, the right faculty, we can generate the enrollment and the resources that we see other universities generating. So that concludes my presentation, and we'll take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Dr. Emmons. Are there any questions for Dr. Emmons? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do apologize. I'm very passionate about this school and university, and I know how online helped me get to where I'm at today, and it helped me obtain my bachelor's degree while I was still actively deployed in Iraq. And so I do definitely have a question, probably for all the campuses. But you mentioned some great things that I wanted to address. In the year 2022, when you add on if we could go back to the slide, on the year 2022, the master program.
Right. The Masters in Criminal Justice, the Masters of Arts in Teaching, the Masters of Social Work.
Yes. How did you get to those ideas or those programs that you wanted? Did you do a survey, or the need for the area around, or the specific demographics?
Well, yes. Well, what we did, we talked to our faculty, and we have seen in our market, in our enrollment patterns, and also in enrollment in programs globally, that these programs are extremely popular. If you take the criminal justice, the Masters in Criminal Justice, there are several sheriffs and police chiefs who graduated from SUNO, who have been asking SUNO for quite some time to develop online programs so that they could channel their teams into that program. SUNO has a very good reputation in criminal justice. Masters of Arts in Teaching, critical need for this program. And then, of course, social work is a signature program at SUNO. There has been tremendous demand for the program, and we've actually lost enrollment to LSU because LSU and some of the other institutions have this master's online. And at one time, the program at SUNO in social work was the program in this state and across the nation. So we think there is demand based on the conversations that we have with faculty, and we put these out there. We think we have a good chance to be successful.
Absolutely. And my last question, you definitely mentioned the dynamics of Moodle and Blackboard, and I've had personal experience with both, and I definitely would say that Blackboard will be. And you mentioned that you often also are going to offer continuous training opportunity for faculty.
Right.
And you know, we can have that, and that's a great idea. But how do we mandate that they're proficient in that? And I think that's an aspect we need to target. Is that how do we know that the faculty are proficient in these operations or these platforms that we're using? Is there some type of policy that you'll have in place to make sure to ensure that these faculty members are proficient in knowing how to utilize any internet, whether it be Moodle or Blackboard? Often students come to me and tell me that their professors are not that savvy when it comes to technology, and so if we are to grow our programs, we need to understand that it comes with the faculty at first, and then we need to make sure that we hold them accountable for that.
I'm not an expert in online learning, but I do know this, that quality matters is the gold standard for certification or competency in delivering online instruction. We have already taken our faculty through Quality Matters, and it is tough. Some of them fail. And we gave them some incentives. We had a 6-week program. We had a separate one. In fact, we did 2. And so we're going to continue to do that, continue to update. And then in areas where we don't have the competencies, we'll use adjuncts, because this is so important that if, you know, faculty don't come along, there is a directory, if you will, of adjuncts with the skills that we will call on. Attorney Bartley, I don't know if you want to add to that, but again, I think Quality Matters is the gold standard to make sure they have the competencies.
That is correct. But we also know that faculty members need applied knowledge as well. So we have to supplement or complement the Quality Matters with ongoing training. And I would note, not to take up too much time, but there's a ton of research and data that clearly indicates that students from low wealth backgrounds, male students, and African Americans have poor outcomes in online education. So with that in mind, it's more incumbent upon us to make sure that we are providing the support services for students, but also making sure that faculty are trained so that we mediate those poor outcomes. And the way to do that is with continuous faculty development and faculty improvement, which is another cost that's added to what we have to do and why the funding is so important.
Thank you.
Just one question, Dr. Ammons. Good presentation, by the way, and I like the budget that you've included in that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just one quick question, and I have to give credit to my colleague, Mr. Amity, and I think this is a very good thought. Would we benefit from some centralization of this effort, such that SUNO, the Shreveport, Baton Rouge, and the Law Center doesn't all have to recreate the wheel? Have you all given some thought to maybe some to eliminate a duplication of effort, to perhaps how we can benefit from some centralization, if that's possible? I don't know.
The President and I have talked about that, and Mr. President, I think we will probably be coming in the near future with a recommendation. The other thing is that, as I said before, we have outstanding talent across the university system, and I do think that there is merit to considering a centralized approach But at the same time, we want to make certain, too, that the individual campuses have the flexibility, because I can tell you, and Chancellor Pierre is going to talk about it, he has a different set of standards and needs than the other institutions, but we've talked about it.
But there are opportunities for, particularly in terms of the learning management system, for example, you know, as opposed to each campus going out buying a license for that learning management system, we could enjoy some economies of scale if the system purchase one license and share it with all of the other campuses, such as what we have now with Moodle. And as Dr. Hammonds made mention, if we move toward Blackboard, the opportunity would enable us to buy one license and provide for all the campuses the opportunity to utilize it. But clearly, let me also just try to put it in context, because, and I guess we should state how healthy we believe this conversation has been. Oddly enough, I guess we should thank the board for, and the chair.
Yeah, I bet you are thanking me.
For his encouragement at the last board meeting, because we have had a number of conversations as a result of it. And the fact of the matter is that we must lean heavily on this modality of instruction such that we could realize the goals of our master plan, of our strategic plan. Our enrollment and the viability of our institutions rely on having a viable online presence. We would be dinosaurs without it. And even for students, you know, many have argued that the level of engagement for students in online is more pronounced than when there's face-to-face interaction. So, I mean, we must make the investment. I think all the chancellors have an appreciation of that need, and we want to give assurances to the board that we will do so, and again engage in sufficient due diligence to make that happen.
Need some money.
Yeah, that's some yeah.
Thank you. Item 7.2, Southern University, New Orleans. Oh, that was step 3. 3, Southern University, Shreveport. Thank you. Bear with me. It'll all come back to me together soon.
Dr. Veronica McKeachin, our Director of E-Learning, will be providing the presentation for Susla.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am so excited that Dr. Amos and Attorney Burley were before me to outline everything that we need at Southern University at Shreveport. So thank you. Next slide, please. As you can see, our strategic goals is simply to increase our online delivery. And when we look at the next slide, we've done just that. We started out in 2014 with 2 online programs. Now we have 6 online programs and 13 concentrations. In addition to that, next slide, please. In addition to that, we've continued to grow. In 2014, we started with 4 students. Now in 2020, we have 84 students. It's above the target rate, which was 65 students. And also, I'm going to say this several times, there are only 2 people working at Southern University in Shreveport. One, the Director of E-Learning, and one, an LMS administrator. Next slide, please. And these are just some marketing things each one of my colleagues have talked, well, that has been talked about. Next slide. Now, our main challenge, and I've said this, there are only two individuals. The director of e-learning, we provide all of the training for the faculty, we provide training for the students. We're just not looking at the online program, we're dealing with the entire university, and this was before COVID-19. So if a student say Moodle, if a faculty say Moodle, they automatically send them to our area to work with it. Next slide, please. So these are some of our challenges. I'm getting ahead of myself. We deal with course development, providing training to the faculty. Each faculty member, in order to teach online, they must become certified first. They go through a course development course. They go through a course on how to engage your online students. In addition to that, January of 2020, when we went to the Moodle consolidation, the e-learning office also became the Moodle help desk, meaning that we served over 3,000 students out of our office. We had to recruit volunteers in order to help us. They helped the volunteers along with the LMS administrator. We provide training for those students to learn how to log into Moodle, how to navigate Moodle. If they had issues like password, we referred them to IT to reset. So, but that was a blessing in disguise. Why was it a blessing? Because in March, COVID-19 hit. So when COVID-19 hit, our students was already ready to move to a virtual environment. So that really did help. And because we provided so many training opportunities for our faculty, it was easy for them to transition into that virtual environment. So the COVID-19 situation has really opened up an opportunity for Southern University at Shreveport, because now we have faculty members that was reluctant to use the technology. They're calling us, asking us for additional training. So that should help our programs to grow. Next slide. So currently we've been given an opportunity to hire 2 staff members, someone that will help with the Moodle help desk, because not only we're dealing with e-learning, but we're also dealing with the help desk. So and now the help desk situation is actually taking on more responsibilities than we possibly can handle. We've outgrown our capacity to serve with the additional online programs and additional responsibility. So some of the things that we would like is to have maybe text messaging system that help to reach out to our students and our faculty. Next slide, please. So in addition to that, we started off with almost 5% taking at least one online course, and now we have 30% taking at least one online course. And that's important to us. Even though they're not in the online program, we still have to serve those faculty and we still have to serve those students. Again, we're talking about 2 individuals at the institution. We've developed 44 online courses. We started with 44 online courses. Now we have approximately 113 online courses. In addition to that, we started with 25 faculty members being trained. We have over 85 faculty members being trained. That includes adjunct also. And we've increased our 100% online programs again. And the demand has increased. Thank God we've been able to try to manage it. But I'm so excited that the board said that we need more support. We need more and so if we can do this with 2 individuals, what can we do if you really give us what we need? Questions?
There's one thing I didn't understand. Can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman? There's one thing I didn't understand about your presentation. It was
Yes,
a good
sir.
presentation. How many people you say you had working?
I say I have 2.
Okay, I just
And I'm one of them.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir. First of all, let me give you a little bit of background on Dr. McKeachin. Well, first of all, now about I won't use the term we stole her. but we enticed her to come to us from one of our sister institutions right across the Texas line over there. And the first time I ever heard the concept of distance learning was from Dr. McKeachin. And that must have been 10 years or more back, I guess.
Oh, Shelley.
How many?
Yes,
About
sir.
10? Yeah.
It was 84, between 84 and 89, the first opportunity I had to work at Southern University in Shreveport.
Okay, and she left us and then she came back.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been fortunate to have her to come back. Now, you know, every now and then I like to express the fact that I'm very proud of something that's going on in the Shreveport campus. Remember now, this is a 2-year campus. And here they are. They've got what? They started with 44 courses. Now they're up to 113 courses online. She spoke about the faculty being reluctant. That's, Mr. Chairman, putting it kind of mildly. We brought them into the concept, as President Belter will remember, kicking and screaming. And being a board member, we got calls and things like that. Anything new, you know, people are going to be against it. But I think Dr. McKeachin, the administration there, has gone about it the right way. They have been trained. You do not teach, you do not participate in an online system unless you have been adequately trained. And I believe there is some kind of certification.
Yes,
I forgot, what is it?
We have online a dual certification. They actually, before COVID-19, the reason we have so many courses because before they could teach an online course, they had to develop an online course. So they didn't really get certified until that course was approved. So during the development of the online course, we also taught them how to engage students online.
And I think that has been the answer to the success there. And indeed, Mr. Chairman, they have actually overperformed with those 2 individuals they've got. We could very well put some more resources up there. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
and
sir.
thank you.
Appreciate you.
Dr. McKeachin.
Yes, sir.
Is it got an M at the end of it or an N?
N.
N, okay.
Mhm.
So you were part of what I know you got 2 people, but how many students do you have? Could you tell us that again?
Okay.
Is that right that I got almost 4,000? No? What is
Okay, we'll receive that in the future, but for now we have 84 students in our online program.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And we have 578 students taking all online courses. We have 923 students taking at least one online course.
Okay. So how do you recruit them?
Okay. One of the main things, because we are the recruiters also.
I know.
So one of the main things we do, and because of COVID-19, we missed the opportunity this summer. Normally, we ask for temps to come in during the summer and just call all day. And I really got that idea from Northwestern because they have a lot of students. They have someone in their office all day, every day, calling students, trying to get them recruited. I had a long meeting with Dr. Williams at Northwestern. She informed me that we have to be our own recruiters. We cannot depend on the college to recruit our students. So she has individuals out in every medium trying to recruit. She has a large budget just for recruitment in our office. So we actually try to call those students, not only call those students, we try to walk them through the process, take them through admission. If they're having any financial aid problems, try to help them solve their problems. If they didn't, try to help them to advise them. It's hard for us to, I don't know why my mouth's getting so dry. It's hard for us to actually compete, because if you go online now, and if you type in any information and you go to before you press send, someone would actually be calling you on the phone asking you what you want to major in. I have applications like this I cannot get to because there's so many other things going on in the office. So we just need individuals to help us. We know what to do, we just need the help.
Thank you. So it takes a lot of people just for your campus. You need more people.
Yes, sir. And if we had more people, we would be successful worldwide.
Yeah. And so, Mr. President, I want to add this back to what I was sharing with the chairman and Dr. Tarver earlier. And I don't want to, I'm not here to ruffle feathers. I'm here to make this place better. But this doesn't really involve the Law Center because the Law Center is, well, I can ruffle one. But the Law Center is separate. I mean, I don't think that the Law Center is I mean, Chancellor Pierre has his own, got a different set of students that he's recruiting. But you talked about Moodle and the other program, but if I'm a student and I'm sitting in, I don't know where, just pick a place. I'm in Dallas, Texas, and I fit into the category of a student that you want to recruit, or she wants to recruit, or Baton Rouge wants to recruit. Within each campus, the way it is now in Shreveport, is going to have to send that student an email or call her. But if you, and I hadn't even thought about it, how to, this is for somebody above my pay grade, to figure out how to consolidate it if you would want to. But if it was a program where you would include all three campuses, and when they would get, you know, they would provide a certain amount of services or faculty, you would now only have to send one email to that student from Southern University. It wouldn't be Baton Rouge, maybe it wouldn't be Shreveport, it wouldn't be New Orleans, it would be Southern University. And you would only have to pay advertising for one time to reach that student on their iPhone or their iPad, because that's all they're doing now. That's all anybody does. And instead of having to put 2 ads in the paper, you would put 1. Instead of having to have 2 people calling or 3 people trying to recruit them, you would have 1 person that would call on behalf of Southern. And if you're that student sitting there, and I get 3 emails, 1 from Shreveport, New Orleans, and Baton Rouge, it seems like it would be a little confusing because I believe the name Southern is what draws the student. Now, that's just my opinion, for something for people to think about. And maybe I'm off a little bit, but
no,
that's just kind of what I'm thinking.
I'm sorry.
I've been thinking about it since last meeting. Thank you.
No, I'm so sorry. We've actually had several meetings, and they've been led by Attorney Barley, where we've been trying to come up with some efforts in order to centralize, in order to leverage our resources. So we're talking about it now.
And it's obvious that y'all all work very closely together, and I really commend y'all on that, because I didn't know if I expected all that, and I think that comes from the top, I'm sure.
Well, again, I think they do enjoy a lot of engagement with one another, but we are taking it upon ourselves to really kind of think about how we're going to structure this thing organizationally. You know, quite frankly, Dr. Barley said in her presentation that we are on the same page now. You know, I was under the impression that we could, for example, that our online initiative would be integrated into our existing registration process. They're saying, on the other hand, that they need to be self-contained, such that, as Dr. McEachin may reference, you know, we have people who are recruiting specifically for online, registering, financial aid, advising, a self-contained unit within our respective institutions. That's a total different paradigm, and but it makes sense because the financial model is different, and so the processing, the terms are different. So it makes sense if we look at it that way. So I'm hopeful, and with the permission of this board, we'd like to continue to kind of give you updates as we continue to deliberate and bring more actionable items before the board to show evidence of how we're moving this agenda forward. But certainly, it is a major priority for the university. I think we have the right people. Certainly need more dollars to help us fulfill our goals, but it will get done.
if I may say one more thing. In addition to that, we also need to invest in Banner because we're working too hard. It's not completely computerized. We're manually advising students when the system can self-advise. So it takes money up front, a lot of work, a lot of manpower to get all that done. But if it's done, then it can help the students register faster, it can help the advisees register their advisors faster. So there's a lot of investment that if it's taking place up front, then we won't have to have these meetings. Any other questions?
Yes, I have a question.
You have a question over here, Dr. Gaines. Mr. Fondale.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to ask the question.
Mr. Fondale, you have the floor.
With regard to Susler Connect, is there a way to integrate that into what you're doing, or is that something that can be worked along with the online program that you have for Susler Connect?
I'm not exactly sure what you're asking me.
As far as being able to have classes online for Susler Connect students.
Oh, yes, we're doing that now.
Okay.
And the part of our training, because we train the entire campus, not just online faculty. So we've had several training sessions with Baton Rouge and New Orleans. Before COVID-19, we would actually travel to the campus, but now we're having virtual training with them. So they are becoming acclimated to the system also, and because of COVID-19, they're positioning themselves to want to teach online courses.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions? Thank you for an excellent report. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
We're now at item 7.4, Southern University Law Center. Dr. Pierre.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Gaines, Chairman Rutledge, Dr. Belton, members of the board, honorable members of the board. I'm doing this presentation related to the Southern University Law Center status and online programs. And first of all, I want to commend my colleagues from the Baton Rouge campus, Shreveport campus, New Orleans campus for laying out a lot of structural predicates and foundational information that is very, very valuable. It was valuable to me in terms of my own research. I have been doing some of this research, and I've had folks from the Southern University Law Center engage in this. So let me start out with, I think we have our presentation. I think it should be up, but currently, and I think Board Member Attorney Amadi pointed out very, very succinctly, the Law Center operates under a different paradigm than Shreveport, Baton Rouge, New Orleans. And so while there are some things that could be helpful from a combination or commonality standpoint, our areas are so different that we would have to have the ability to distinctly separate ourselves in many ways in order for us to be successful in the online space. So first of all, I think we are successful given the restrictions that are incumbent upon law schools by the American Bar Association. So certainly right now, the American Bar Association has never accredited any Juris Doctor degree program that is 100% online. There are none that are accredited by the ABA as far as that. Now, there are 100% accredited law school programs. Right now, the largest actually is with Purdue Global. Purdue Global bought the previously largest operation out of Los Angeles, where if you go to that school 100% online, you can only take the bar exam in the state of California. But for folks, that's a great deal because California is one of those unusual markets where you have a lot of non-ABA accredited law schools in existence, and you know that works out very well for them.
while the Southern University Law Center doesn't have any 100% online degree programs, we do have a lot of online programs, and we have for years outsourced what our online offerings are to Infolaw, which is the leading entity in the country among law schools that provide those kinds of services. And we did it for one reason, which is to give our students the flexibility to be able to access courses when they need it through an online platform, especially for summer school where they could get an internship somewhere and they wanted to get summer courses. They could take a course online, get paid in the summer, offer the flexibility, et cetera, et cetera. We also found out that within the ABA structure, we could offer online opportunities or remote or virtual opportunities, but still have it contained in a course, and it would be considered a hybrid course, which would essentially not be technically online, but it had a lot of features of online. So with that in mind, here are some things we learned. The more flexibility we offer with respect to how instructional preferences are delivered, the better we have in terms of outcomes for students, because of the fact that there's a dynamic change occurring, not only in legal education, but in opportunities for our students in the market, that being able to have that flexibility really inures to our benefit. The traditional legal education model has always been, you got to come inside the building, you got to be in front of that professor, because there's something sacred about that Socratic method and being able to put students through that grilling process that makes them better. Now, I suspect there are law graduates today who say, well, you know, I went through that, thank you very much, but couldn't we have done this a little differently? And I think the answer is yes, we could have. And to some extent, the pandemic is forcing all of legal education to make those changes and shift. And we have been fortunate in that we have been a little ahead of some aspects of the legal education market to be able to bring in those, I guess, components of online, remote, and virtual learning. So there currently are no 100% online programs. However, there are some opportunities that could really present themselves in terms of what we call remote distance learning educational opportunities. And that's in the area of what we call stackable credentials or non-JD degrees or credential or certificate programs. In other words, most people put law schools inside this silo. You offer a degree program that leads to a Juris Doctor. You might offer a program, if you have the resources, that leads to a Master's of Law, et cetera, et cetera. And if you're truly, truly endowed with resources like Harvard or Yale, you offer a SJD program that makes you a great philosopher of the law and all that good stuff, and that's great. Now, so we believe that we can partner with other parts of the system to look at programs that help us create law-specific content programs that a lot of other professions want, but they don't want to necessarily have a law degree. Medical professionals, law enforcement, cannabis regulation. We could even use stackable credentials that might lead to a Master's of Science in Law while providing benefits at each step. Now, the Masters of Science in Law, for example, is something that some law schools are doing. They're going through this process, but they're not offering a law degree. They're offering a graduate program. And this is in line, for example, and Dr. Tarvey, you've mentioned it in terms of our initiatives in Shreveport. Could we help the Shreveport-Bossier community develop professional programs that don't necessarily lead to a law degree, but is a valuable program for those professionals in that area. Okay, so that's kind of thing that we're thinking about now. So we have, and I don't know where we are on the slides. Okay, let's see, maybe keep going. I wanted to show this one slide that talked about different programs that we could offer. It may be in the second. So here are some areas where we believe that we could have some stackable credential programs. Legal operations, Title IX, e-discovery, e-sports, legislative advocacy, lobbying, and government relations, paralegal studies, law and technology, healthcare compliance, human resources, financial regulatory compliance. These are all areas that a lot of people who are non-lawyers need legal skills to be better managers, to be better professionals, to be better leaders in their corporate environments. Now, I believe Attorney Barley and Dr. McKeachin talked about none of this stuff comes free. And I've heard some questions, well, how much does it cost? Well, I'm going to give you a number that I think works for the Southern University Law Center. It may not work for everybody else, but it'll work for Southern University Law Center. We believe we can do a lot in this space, but we're going to have to need about $3 million over 3 years. And that could be in the reduction of pool costs, new resources, we don't care where it comes from, fees, so forth and so on. Because what, in my opinion, has been an issue for the Southern University system as a whole is we tried to get into this game without understanding the real cost that it takes to get into the game. And if you get into the game without the real resources, then you're just not going to have the success that you need to have and that this board expects us to have in terms of producing the outcomes that are really important when we talk about supplemental resources in terms of cash flow and dollars into the Southern University Law Center, the Southern University system. Because our ability to move, grow, transform, and exceed expectations is dependent upon resources. If we don't have the resources, we can't do it. And that also includes pricing. Unfortunately, in my opinion, in Louisiana, there's always been an issue about what to charge in terms of tuition and fees. There's always been a battle about who controls that. I believe that should rest with the universities, management boards, the people who actually do the day-to-day things. So in this particular area, there's going to have to be special pricing based upon demand so that we can do things like hire the right staff, incur the costs required to administer the programs, the reinvestment of earned revenue for continuing marketing after the initial investment, invest in faculty that are going to be well-recognized faculty that are going to attract the students with the credentials for these non-JD programs and engage in branding strategies. So that, to me, would be the approach for the Southern University Law Center because we already have a record enrollment. And I can tell you that this year, one of the best decisions we made that decision in April or May, is to tell the incoming classes that they would have options about instructional preferences. They could either stay where they are and receive remote learning for the academic year, or come into Baton Rouge and get the experience of being in person. That made all the difference in the world. People who had planned to defer law school for a year or more said, hey, I'm in. Put me in this game. I love this game. So by being able to have that flexibility and to be able to be innovative in how we think about things. Now, I have to say this. that we're seeing that the ABA is beginning to loosen some of the rules. And we're engaging in those conversations to see how far that's going to drive what we need to do. Because actually these new changes that happened just in August are going to affect everything we do, including our ability to deliver, hopefully, what we would consider a successful program in Shreveport down the line. By being able to do that, because otherwise the old model of brick mortar in-person class is expensive. It's extremely expensive. And if for us to be competitive, we've got to have the resources to do the kind of things that we need to do. So if nobody's asked for a specific amount, I'm telling you what I think is a specific amount the Law Center would need. And because I think you as a board need to know how expensive this stuff is. But it's worth the investment. We have the ability to make the outcomes the way we want them because we have the ability to think creatively about how to make that investment. So I don't have anything more to say because I know we've been at this a long time, probably about 2 hours. So I'll open up for any questions. How much?
Yeah, you said you would give us
$3 million over 3 years. So it's about $1 million a year. Do you agree with me, Dr. McKeachin? That's for 1 year.
Other questions? I'm sorry, Dr. Pierre, did you finish?
Yes, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay. Are there any questions for Professor Pierre? Thank you very much. You were brief today, and we appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We are now item 7B, update on the executive PhD program in public.
Dr. Sahu, would you please invite Dean Nijigiri to such that he would be able to provide us an update on the executive PhD program in
Thank you,
public
President
policy.
Chancellor. Mr. Chair and members of the board, I have the distinct privilege of introducing a new program that has been initiated this semester, and it is in the Nelson Mandela College. It is another example of creative and collaborative energies put together where we took an existing program and look at an opportunity that is available in the community to offer a PhD program. It is pre-approved, but it's only the mode of instruction that has been modeled such a way to serve the best interest of an expanded clientele. To make the presentation, I'm inviting the Dean of the Nelson Mandela College to come and make the presentation, and a brief presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, distinguished honorable board members, the President, Chancellors, and my colleagues. My name is Damien Ejigiri. I'm here to bring you good news about the Jaguar Nation. The Jaguar Nation is on the move. One of the greatest goals of Southern University is to advance its mission. What I'm about to share with you in the next 5 minutes is how this program is going to advance the mission of Southern University, the Jaguar Nation, known all over the universe. Let me begin by expressing gratitude to the Southern University Board and the Board of Regents for allowing the Nelson Mandela College of Government and Social Sciences to begin a PhD weekend program. Upon approval by the board on June 12, 2020, in one of its meetings, gave us the green light to go ahead. under the direction, under the leadership of the Communication Office, Dr. Robin Merrick mounted a very aggressive campaign. Board members, ladies and gentlemen, within 1 month, we have received over 45 applications, unprecedented in 1 month. Usually, when a board approves a program, it takes 1 to 2 years to get it started. But this was within 1 month. We had over 45, and we could have doubled the number if we really wanted. Let me give you a brief, quick rundown. The PhD weekend program operates under a cohort model, which admits a certain number of students each time, and the cohort will graduate at the same time. So we started with our first cohort in August, like I said, after 1 month of approval by the board. And this first cohort, we expect them to graduate August 2022. What a record indeed. The market is very promising for this program. Let me give you a short, very short history indeed. This program is an extension of the current PhD program, the traditional program. Both of them have the same quality, the same content, the same substance. We only operate on weekend. We saw a market out there that has not been captured. Like the president has been asking us, explore the market, take some initiatives, expand, grow your programs. That has been his charge. So we saw a market with this PhD weekend program. Like I said, it's an extension of the traditional one. Let me give you a very 1 minute history of the traditional program, how strong it has been. It has a very solid foundation. What I have also, you have it in the program update, so I'm going to go very briefly. When you have time at home, you can take a look at it. But the traditional PhD program has done extraordinarily very well, a very strong foundation to build upon. The traditional program has, as of today, each graduates 5 state of Louisiana secretaries, 5 Louisiana secretaries of state, has placed 1 Louisiana deputy secretary of state, has a Louisiana commissioner of board of regents from this one program, has produced a university president, has distinguished faculty members in the academy, several of them in state and local legislators. The program has its tentacles far and wide. And in fact, it has also a chancellor in an international country from this very program. So the benefits are so huge. And our partnership is the Valdez Center for Philanthropy, which supports advancement. So you can see the market we're reaching is far and wide, really wide. But let me get back very briefly. What would this new weekend PhD program contribute? Let me give you 1 or 3 reasons why it's so important. This PhD weekend program will be the lead program to increase the production of 30 PhD students in order to move Southern University from its current classification of masters at large to a doctoral candidate classification. But members, this is huge because of the implications. To move from master's level to doctoral level candidate, that is huge in of itself. Let me tell you what that would do. We cannot achieve it with the current PhD programs we have now. I think we have 5 of them. They have been here for the last 15, 20 years, and we're not even close to coming close to the Carnegie studies. But with addition of this PhD weekend, graduating the number 15 every 2 years, I'm assuring the board that before long, in a very short time frame, the university classification will change to a doctoral level Carnegie program. Let me leave the benefits. I will come back from time to time to give you an update where we are. The Carnegie classification, very briefly, will lead to a number of good stuff. The university name is brand. We're talking about recruitment, expanding online, attracting students. That Carnegie status will change the brand name. It will be like a star, attracting, come on down here. This is the place to go. It will add to the attraction of the Jaguar Nation. There are so many benefits. When you have time, you can go through my update. But the greatest one, again, is giving us an opportunity to compete in the market, to change the revenue from the state. The credit hours generated will mean revenue in of itself. So the benefits are many in so many other respects. But the biggest one, honorable board members, one of the goals for establishing Southern University, the Jaguar Nation, is to provide opportunity to many of us who will be denied that opportunity. But what this program does, not only does it support the mission of Southern University, it supports it at the highest level of it. It reaches out to the community to produce really intellectuals beyond being educated, but producing heavyweights that will go into the market, into the community, into the legislators, into the policies. That's the quintessential of Southern University mission, ladies and gentlemen. It is so what it is unbelievable. Let me tell you, I gotta give appreciation to this program with all these promises. First, I must thank Mr. Chairman. Last time when he mentioned this program, just mentioning it, the number of calls we've been receiving from our alumni and other places have been incredible. Mr. Chairman, you've been a very strong recruiter for us. You may or may not even know what you did, but who is helping us recruit. As of this morning, 3 state legislators have called for admission. This is true, 3 already. And like I told you, the next cohort will be admitted sometimes in March. So, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, thank you very, very much. In the current cohort, we have one of your members, whom the faculty members participating in the program have told me that she's bookish, donnish. Her contributions are attracting, is helping us to campaign to recruit more. One of your colleagues, so we're very proud. I cannot go further, given what this program is all about. We must extend special thanks to Dr. Ray Burton, the president of the university. He has been extraordinary in supporting this program, in making it move forward. Every request we've asked, any obstacle, any impediment, any slowing down, he's been able to give us support and clearance to move forward. Mr. President, I want to thank you before the board for your strong leadership. It's making this program, which will affect generation and generations to come. So what you are doing Mr. President, you may or may not know that you are creating a legacy for future generations to come. So for your leadership, I said thank you very, very much. I hope you continue to support the program because we plan to expand the cohort. We plan to expand the cohort since the market is there. We want to take advantage. I may need bigger classrooms, better equipped classrooms. I know I can count on his support. I must also recognize and thank Mr. Benjamin Pugh, the finance guy. He's been very supportive, giving whatever money I need to get the program moving. I must also thank Dr. Katara Williams. That's my gateway to visit the president, who's giving me open door, whatever request I need. And then finally, of course, I cannot forget my provost, Dr. Sahu, for all the support to get the program going. Again, to let you know how wide this program is, I've also received extraordinary support from Chancellor John Pierre. When we wanted to get the program started, because of COVID, the initial classroom that was provided by the foundation was found inadequate by the students. And so I called on the Chancellor Pierre. I said, Mr. Chancellor, I need help. He said, what do you need? Classroom. He said, come on down. And I went over there. And he said, Damien, this is yours. Get your staff to become familiar because they have one of the best classrooms, board members. Very modern. Very, very. So he said, you have access, all the technology. I brought my staff and his staff. They trained them. I want to thank you, Mr. Chancellor John Pierre, for giving us that opportunity and for that cooperative extension. There's a very good relationship between the Mandela College and the Law Center. And so before the board, I said, thank you, Mr. Chancellor, for allowing us, for making us feel at home, and for promoting the mission of the Southern University. Long live the Jaguar Nation. Thank you for the opportunity. Any questions for me? I just wanted to present, give you an update.
Of course.
And it's all in your package.
Wouldn't let you get by without responding, Doctor. How you doing? I was very impressed with your presentation, and I won't take very long to say this, but I want to stress one of the points that you made to illustrate how significant it is what we're doing, not just with this program, because it must serve as a model perhaps where we want to go in the future. Over the last 20 or 30 years in this university, we've struggled to try to change our classification. And every time we take one step forward, we climb a little higher, someone comes along and moves the bar and distances us farther. We have striven, I guess, for many years to reach the doctoral level classification. And we've come close many times, and we've not been able to get there. What Dean Jageri is saying about the significance of this program, this co-opting a number of students, is that this not only helps us in terms of numbers of students and of course the dollars that it generates, but it does something else. Classification has everything in the world to do with the formula for funding higher education. We reach that doctoral level, it'll change the dollars that flow in, not only from the state of Louisiana, but also nationally. And I don't think there's been any concerted effort to keep us from getting there other than the fact that circumstances have produced those results. And so I compliment you and your staff and your faculty what you're talking about, we'll get there sooner than later. And I want you to think about this in terms of a model, because there are other areas of the university. When I say the university, I'm talking about Southern. I'm talking about all those campuses Mr. Amadi talks about. We find a way of taking our resources and blending them together to produce a greater, larger benefit for a larger number of people. That will help us. So God bless you, and thank you so much for your leadership.
Thank you, Dr. Tarver. Thank you.
Working?
Dr. Ejigeri, I don't know what I'm doing. I just want to as well express my appreciation for your leadership in developing this program, advancing a cohort, and wish you the very best as you continue to grow the college and advance indeed, these type of programs that provide greater access to people who have an interest, but in some cases just do not have a mechanism of engaging with the university. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your support one more time.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank Dr. Ichigari for making the move to go above and beyond, take the Jaguar Nation in the atmosphere of above and beyond with his professional protocol for enhancing and improving in education at Southern University, and also to improve a way of life for the state of Louisiana and the nation. With those people that's going through the program will be educated beyond, and there's no telling what can happen to Southern University with feedback. So thank you very much, Dr. Tegera, for your outstanding efforts, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. God bless you.
Let me say this. These mics are unique in the sense that if one person has their mic on and they are talking, if you turn your mic on, it's going to automatically turn their mic off. So please wait until the chair of the committee recognizes you, and then you turn your mic on, because if anybody is talking and you turn your mic on, it's going to automatically disable their mic. And I think Dr. Davis has been trying to get your attention, Dr. Gaines, to be recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, I tried, but I couldn't see in this circle. I couldn't see in all around. I can only see in one direction. Thank you, Mr. Chair. But anyway, I wanted to offer my congratulations to the President, Chancellor, the Dean for the development of this program. And I had a chance to read through your brochure, and I'm very impressed with the diversity, the geographical diversity, the gender diversity of your cohort group. And I just hope that you will, and also the age diversity of your cohort group. And I just trust that you will continue to do this, because these are the type of programs that are now in vogue. I have a son who has a MD, MPH, and then he said he wanted to go and get a management degree. And I said, son, why are you going to get a management degree? He said, well, Dad, I want to move up in administration. I want to practice in medicine at big-time school in Washington, training doctors, training fellows and residents. Said, I want to manage a hospital. So he did a master's. So I'm going to encourage him to do your PhD program. And also, I may enroll myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you.
You want to say?
I would like to congratulate and thank Dean Ejigiri for his tremendous job he's done. I'm also a student in the PhD program. I wish they would have had this program when I initiated, but it's definitely this. I just want to speak on the faculty in itself. It's a tremendous program. I've learned a lot. I'm able to apply both law and in the doctoral classes that I'm learning in the aspects of policy. And so I would love to see this program grow. And I'm grateful that I have both my dean of the college and my chancellor sitting right here making great relationships to furthermore get more students from the Law Center to matriculate into the program as well. So I'm going to look forward to seeing some of the great things that you both will be doing. I just want to continue to make sure that y'all do great things. It's a tremendous opportunity for Southern University in itself. I think once we can get to that Carnegie status, will allow us to be real recognized on a doctoral level and a national aspect. And so he's doing great things to achieve those, and he should be acknowledged for that. Thank you.
I hope you we are going to get better. Technology is here to stay, so we got to keep moving. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I want to congratulate Dr. Ichiguri, too, and for the great work that you do and the great work that you're continuing to do. Now, we have to understand, too, Dr. Ichiguri's reputation is worldwide. And Dr. Todd was very humble because he's responsible, as I appreciate it, too, for bringing Dr. Ichiguri to us. And I'm going to make a short anecdote, if you will tolerate me, Mr. Chairman. Oh, this must have been 10, 15 years ago. Dr. Tarver, along with Dr. Ichiguri, they had the vision of taking the delegation from the university to South Africa. And I can remember walking down the streets of Cape Town with the Dr. Ichiguri. They have a concept there of street children. And as we were walking down, I think Dr. Belton was with us too. We were walking down the street, and all this drove of little children come out from all directions, and they gather and put their arms around Dr. Ichiguri, and they go, "Papa, Papa," calling him Papa. So I don't know if he had been there, but some way he had a relationship to that area. They recognized him. They knew him. Just thought I'd share that little anecdote, and thank you again for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Geller. Appreciate that. Are there any other comments? Here none. We had item 8, other business. Are there any other business? Here none. We had item 9.
Move adjournment.
Moved and second for adjournment.
Thank you, Dr. Gaines. Board members, I really appreciate your your patience. We knew academic affairs would take some time given the content, but it was very important, and I appreciate your patience. Before we turn the Facilities and Property Committee over to Mrs. Smith, I would that you would bear with me, and hopefully there are no objections. I'd like to take a matter out of order. We have a very special guest here with us today, Mrs. Stacy Smith. She and her husband Ed own Smitty's Supply Incorporated, where they manufacture automotive lubricants and chemicals. But in addition to the various business interests that they have, they also manage the Ray Smith Memorial Fund. And through that fund, they have made a very generous donation to our nursing program. Nursing is very special to Mrs. Smith because she's an RN herself, having obtained her Bachelor of Science in Nursing from Southeastern. Not only are we indebted to Mrs. Smith because she comes from, hails from Kentwood in surrounding areas, we're also indebted to her cousin, Mrs. Ann Smith, who has served as an ambassador and advocate for the institution in so many ways, and leveraged her connection and relationship with her cousin, Mrs. Smith, to provide for the donation to the nursing program, which I believe will enable Dr. Brown to acquire, I think, a medical mannequin. So I want to invite Mrs. Stacy Smith and Dr. Brown to the podium to talk about the donation and how it's going to positively impact your nursing program, Dr. Brown.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me.
Thank
I feel
you for being
privileged to
here.
be here. It's been the goal and the mission of this fund that we started several years ago to fund our community's educational needs, medical needs, and spiritual needs. I hold education close to my heart. My grandmother taught me from a very young age, if you give someone an education, then you never have to give them anything else. So that's kind of been my motto from a very, very young age.
Well, thank you. Dr. Brown?
On behalf of the School of Nursing, we thank the Ray Smith Memorial Fund for their generous donation. We will be using the funds to purchase a infant simulator for our skills lab so that our students can practice their pediatric skills. I'd also like to thank Honorable Board Member Ann Smith. She connected us to the Ray Smith family. She said, look, I can get you on the agenda, but you have to do the asking, you have to tell your story, and you have to share your vision. And we did that. We wanted them to know that we are trying to build a state-of-the-art simulation lab, one piece of equipment at a time. And this equipment is very expensive. It's very expensive to train stellar nurses. And so the equipment can range from $10,000 to $100,000. And we are going to build that simulation lab, one donor at a time, building collaborative communities of interest as we have with the city of Amite. And so we spent a day in Amite, and we thank Ms. Stacy for the hospitality that she shared with us and the treat to some delicious catfish. And so we graciously accept your investment in our students. She is a nurse, and we the investment is going to be worthwhile. When we leave here, I'm going to take her on a tour of the nursing school so she can see where the piece of equipment will be housed and will be well used. So thank you again.
Very good. Thank you so much. We really appreciate this. Mrs. Smith, would you like to have a word, please? Push your green.
Thank you. Everything has been said. However, again, I would like to thank the Ray Smith Memorial Fund for sharing this donation with Southern University. And by the way, Dr. Belton and Chair, she remembered the visit from our retreat, and she did not let me forget that. She's very, very appreciative to have Southern, and she's going to be coming back. Again, thank you.
And if my memory serves me correct, they donated some of the trinkets that we had there. I'm trying to promotional items that were from, because I remember Smitty. So thank you so very much. We certainly appreciate your investment in our program, and I assure you that investment is well placed. We're very proud of Dr. Brown and the leadership that she is providing. So thank you on behalf of our board and our entire system. I think we want to take a brief picture. Can we do that, Mrs. Smith? Okay.
There were some others that at the retreat that took the picture. Do you mind if they come, if they would like to come?
Okay, members, I think we can probably move fairly rapidly through the remainder of our agenda. What I would like to do with your cooperation is, to the extent that we can get through these items, that we would consider the evaluations which will be undertaken in executive session, and we can have lunch. We can do that at the same time. That way we can eliminate some downtime if there's no objection to that. So if we can get through the rest of these, I think we'll be able to get to that in a very short order. So we'll now recognize Mrs. Smith and Facilities and Property Committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Facilities and Property Committee is called to order. Dr. Belton, roll call, please.
Yes. Dr. Whitfield, Mrs. Smith,
Present. Amity.
He must have stepped down.
okay.
He's here.
Yes. Ms. Bartholomew,
Here.
Mr. Hilliard, Attorney Rutledge.
Here.
You have a quorum now.
Thank you, Dr. Belton. Adoption of agenda motion, please.
So moved.
It has been moved and second. Public comments. I believe we have none. Adoption was moved and second. Any opposition? Motion carries. Public comment. Action item number 5. Dr. Belton, will you present the item 5, request approval of the Southern University System 5-year capital outlay plan? Dr. Belton?
Yes, I'm going to ask if Mr. Flanders McClinton, if he could elaborate on this action item.
Thank you, Mr. President, to Chairman, members of the board, President Belton. On the agenda, we have an item for the 5-year capital outlay plan. And this is a plan that we have to submit each year. This plan is for 21-22. In the plan, there are 3 major items that we have. One is considered as emergency projects, which is we have 19 emergency projects, which totals $127 million over the 5-year period. So this is for each of the years throughout from now to 26. In addition to that, we have continuing projects. We have 7 of those, and that's $13.5 million. And the new projects, we have 27, which is $208.8 million. The overall amount in total is 63 projects, totaling $349.5 million. And based on your approval, we'll be able to place these projects in the e-court system and provide it to the Board of Regents for approval. So I'm requesting your approval.
Mrs. Smith, if it's appropriate, I move adoption of the item.
It has been moved. Can I get a second? It has been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Motion carries. Informational item number 6, facilities planning project update. Dr. Belton.
The facilities project update is provided in your document, and it's a very detailed document that was prepared by Mr. Guillory. He was unable to be here today. In addition to that, he also provides comments for each item. He said that to me that all projects are on schedule, The total number of items, though, for the projects, we have 62 projects listed, totaling $129.7 million. And again, those projects are in your packet, and also comments on each project.
Thank you, Mr. McClinton. We'll move to number 7, other business. Any other business? If no other business, I'll move for adjournment. It has been moved and second. We're now adjourned.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. We now move quickly to our Finance Committee Chairman Shorty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, could I get a roll call?
Yes. Attorney Shorty, Mr. Hilliard, Dr. Gaines, Mr. Gilliam, Dr. Tarver, Mrs. Williams, Attorney Rutledge.
Present.
You have a quorum, sir.
Thank you, sir. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
And a second? The motion, the agenda has been adopted. Are there any public comments? Seeing none, we're going to move to action item 5, and I'm going to move to, can I get a motion to adopt action items 5A through 1 through 6 in global?
Move.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The action items are adopted. If I could say thanks, Mr. McClinton and the administration, for getting these documents to us early, give me an opportunity to review them well in advance, so I eliminated any questions that I had. Thank you so much for doing that. Item 6, Mr. McClinton, got an interim financial report?
Yes, sir. Again, the interim financial reports are in your packet. As I said the last time, that I would give a more comprehensive, more detailed report today on the interim financial, based on the fact that the registration is basically completed, and we are in the process now of relooking the revenue to determine the status for each campus. The revenue for the boarding system, the Baton Rouge campus, and the Law Center either equal or exceeded the budget. So all those campuses, based on their registration revenue, it equal or exceeded the budget. For the Law Center, for the New Orleans campus, the revenue based on the projection presented was approximately $2.6 million short. But it was anticipated when they prepared the budget, they had a contingency in the budget. And based on that contingency, they're able to balance the budget even with the shortage, because they actually budgeted for that. So they shouldn't have any problem balancing their budget as of this point. For the Shreveport campus, their shortfall is $1.9 million. I have spoken with the CFO, and I've also spoken with the chancellor. And it's based on the information that I've been provided. They had planned in the beginning, they realized that they probably would have a shortfall. And they set aside CARES Act funds in order to cover the shortfall that they were projecting. So they sent me a copy of the funds they had left, and that were set aside. It was approximately $2.6 million, which is sufficient to cover the $1.9 million shortfall they have in revenue. Other than that, I would be happy to address any questions that you may have.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to, Mr. McGee, as I look through the financial reports on each of the units, for the most part, with one or two exceptions, there's a lot of red ink in here, either current and or proposed. I'll ask for a question, and you can give me an abbreviated answer if possible. The CARES money, has that been rolled over into these figures? do the figures that I'm looking at here reflect the inclusion of care funds or not? That's why I'm seeing the red. Okay. Oh,
The CARES Act funds are in a restricted fund, and we'll be rolling those dollars over. But the reason you are seeing these red numbers is because of the fact that we have not rolled the funds in. Now, for the New Orleans campus, they're not using CARES Act funds because the dollars are already there. If you look at when you see the red numbers, it's really saying that they have been able to cut their expenditures in order to balance the budget. So not only if the revenue is short, the expenditures have been reduced to come up with a balanced budget. For the Shreveport campus, they actually did the same thing, but the numbers that are cut are unrealistic. That's why they're going to have to bring in additional funds, because if you look at it, for example, for the Shreveport campus, you'll see that, like operating services, they are projecting to spend $1,134,000 when they budgeted $2,186,000. So what we're going to do is to move some of these expenditures out of there to a restricted fund where the CARES Act funds are, and then you will see they think we'll be able to balance their budget.
just another observation, Mr. Chairman. It appears too, and I've heard this concept mentioned on several of the other committees, recruitment. It appears as though we are lacking and we're falling on FTEs, I know in the Shreveport campus and in the New Orleans situation. It appears as though we need to go back to the old-fashioned way of identifying outreach in the community. I'm turned off. Warm bodies, people with pulses, so that we can get these FTEs up on these campuses, because it was 1.1, I believe, in the Shreveport situation last month. Now you're telling me it's 1.9, the shortfall? Then we got work to do. And I think a lot of that revolves around the fact that we just need to get some warm bodies in these classrooms and utilizing them as FTEs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. Any other business? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. And second, we are adjourned.
Ms. Williams, were you trying to? I think she.
I apologize.
You go ahead with your.
And so basically, I just wanted to add to Mr. Gillum's point about the FTEs and the warm bodies, but I do know that the president and several others are going to be meeting to discuss AI, because it is, to me, becoming prevalent around the country. Howard University just was successful in winning a $7.5 million grant for the use of AI. And we saw that Deion Sanders is using AI for athletic recruitment. Yes. And then Prairieville is using AI for some of their recruitment. COVID has affected higher education, and we all have to face that fact. But we also have to look at going beyond what we have normally done in our recruiting efforts to go after some of those low-hanging fruits. And so I was proud and glad to hear from the president and Dr. Apini that they are looking into using artificial intelligence to do predictive analysis, not just for students, but in facilities as well. And I think that's going to help, to your point about getting warm bodies into seats, because now it's coping with COVID, and how do we go after these students that, one, have fear, that's a major issue, and then two, people's finances have been affected, and so when they're going now, they're looking to just get a job and worry about school later. But I think the use of AI is going to help us with that, to get that student that wants to come to a Southern University, has heard about Southern University, but doesn't know all of the steps to get here. And so I just wanted to put that out, because I do know that the president and Dr. Apeening and several others are looking into this as a way to solve this issue that we have, and it's going to help with recruiting all the way around. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak. My buddy over here just kicked me to the curb.
No problem. He didn't see you. No problem.
Thank you.
All right. I think the Finance Committee is adjourned. Has it not, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. Members, bear with me. This public comment came in online during the Academic Affairs Committee, and I just want to read it for the record. It's from Mustafa Elisar from Southern University at New Orleans Natural Sciences Department. We don't have the trained IT staff to support the faculty effort. Online degrees are important, but we need the IT staff trained. Thank you. Now we go to Mr. Gillum and our Governance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Governance Committee is hereby called to order. Mr. President, would you please give us a roll call?
Yes. Mr. Gilliam. Excuse me. Mr. Gilliam. Dr. Tarver. Attorney Amondy. Dr. Gaines. Attorney McGee. Reverend Torbert. Attorney Rutledge.
Here.
You have a quorum, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next order of business is adoption of the minutes. What is your pleasure? It's been moved.
Your mic is not, okay, there.
Me back on? Okay. Those in favor, please let it be known of sign aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The agenda is thus adopted. The next order of business, item number 4, public comments. Are there any public comments pertaining to anything on the Governance Committee agenda? Seeing no one approach the dais, we'll move on to number 5, action items, and we have 2. And what is the pleasure of the committee? I hear a motion for adoption in globo and a second of 5A and 5B. Those in favor, please let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposes nay. This motion is thus carried. Number 6, other business. Committee, would there be any other business coming before the Governance Committee? Seeing and hearing none, we move to item number 7, which is adjournment. Your pleasure. Been moved and second. Adjournment. We are thus adjourned. Thank you, Mr.
Excuse me, Chairman.
Yes.
I noticed on, if we can go back on that, I was.
By all means, sir.
I was looking at action 5A. I only noticed that we only have Southern University system, and as the student board member who speaks and hears all campuses, I'm very concerned why I don't see the other 4 campuses on here.
Let me ask the president.
Mr. Gillum, I think Dr. Apeening is prepared to speak to that. Is that right, Dr. Gillum? Okay.
Dr. Apeening?
Thank you very kindly. Just in direct response to that, what we did was this is actually being requested to provide each of the campus chancellors with the authority and discretion to extend the application of the COVID-19 special grading policy that the board approved in the spring to this upcoming academic year, fall and spring. So we had a conversation with every single chancellor. They welcomed that. It was a statement that we provided in global. We said Southern University system, but it actually extends that authority and discretion to each of the campus chancellors.
Okay, and so those discretions will be coming out shortly, or
upon approval of the board. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir, that answer your clarification for you, sir?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I believe we already have had a motion and a second for
Thank you. Very, very efficient. Let's see if this next fella can be as efficient as you are. Mr. McGee, I would note that, I don't know if Dr. Belton has informed you, but item 5A1, that number, you have the information? Okay.
I don't have the number.
Yeah, it's 75 as opposed to 66. We recognize Mr. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, the Personnel Committee of the Southern University system is called to order. Roll call.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Gaines, Mr. Gilliam, Dr. Tarver, Mrs. Williams, Attorney Rutledge.
Here.
You have a quorum, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I'd ask that we get a motion to amend the agenda as stated by Chairman Rutledge. That would be action item 5A1. The salary would be an increase to $75,000. Do we have a motion to amend the agenda?
I move the adoption of the agenda as amended.
Okay, you want to let me chair the meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd like to
thought
get
you
a motion to, I'd like to get a motion to amend the agenda, and then if you want to amend it and then adopt it, we can do that.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Rutledge. All right. So we have a motion to amend the agenda and then once amended, adopt it. Do we have a second? Motion and a second. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, motion passes. Do we have any public comments for any items germane to the agenda? Seeing and hearing no public comments, we're going to move to action item 5A. At this time, I would request if we could have a motion to approve action items 5A1 as agenda 2, 3, and 4. Do we have a motion? And motion and a second. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, motion passes. At this time, take a motion to item number 6, request approval of extended medical leave August 11th, 2020 through December 31st, 2020 for Miss Deandra Lee at the Southern University Law Center.
Mr. Chairman, will you entertain a motion
Yes,
to
sir.
approve 6 and 7?
Yes, sir.
All right, I so move.
Do we have a second? Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, it passes. Any other business before this esteemed committee? No other business. Do we have a motion to adjourn? We're adjourned.
All righty. Thank you, members. We'll now call the meeting of the full Southern University Board of Supervisors to order. Mr. President, roll call.
Yes. Attorney Rutledge.
Here.
Reverend Tolbert. Attorney Almody. Mr. Bartholomew. Dr. Davis. Mr. Fondell. Dr. Gaines. Mr. Gary. Mr. Gilliam. Mr. Hilliard. Attorney McGee. Attorney Shorty. Mrs. Smith. Dr. Tarver. Dr. Whitfield. Ms. Williams. You have a quorum, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'll entertain a motion for the adoption of the agenda. It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the agenda stands adopted. Are there any public comments? Are there any public comments from anyone present, or do we have any from online? Seeing none, we go now to our special presentations. Our Above and Beyond Award. Who's making the presentation? You, Dr. Belton?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I take great pleasure this afternoon to acknowledge someone who has greatly benefited our institution, our system. And I speak of Dr. Vladimir Alexander Penny. I have cited on many occasions that Southern University system benefits from individuals with incredible talent. And I would say within our system, most, if not all of us, have felt the presence of Dr. Penny. He has shepherded on behalf of the system a strategic plan, on behalf of the Baton Rouge, a strategic pathway that shapes our foundation for the next 9 years. More recently, as we engaged in the aim of being reaffirmed for accreditation
as applicable to the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools. He was very instrumental in really working with the university community in establishing a strategy that enables the university to maintain a foundation for continuous improvement, working with each college, with each department, with each division of ensuring that we have data to support the degree to which we are being degree to which we are shaping benchmarks, assessing our outcomes, and moving in such a way that we are using the results for improvement. It was that diligence, I believe, that enabled SUBR in particular to enjoy a review that was marked by no findings by the SACS committee, and I can say to you, without his effort, without that attention, without that guidance, this institution would not have been successful. So it takes me great pleasure in speaking on behalf of the Southern University and A&M system and the Baton Rouge campus that we acknowledge Dr. Penny for his work, which was clearly above and beyond.
Very well deserved.
Dr. Penny.
We're afraid to give him the mic because we're trying to get to lunch. So,
No words. Thank you, Mr. President.
Dr. Penning, this is certainly well deserved. I know that I have reached out to him sometimes on a Saturday or Sunday, just in email, thinking that he'd get to it Monday or Tuesday, and before the hour is over, I will have gotten a very substantive response from him, and always eager, always very, very responsive, and this is much deserved, and it gives me great pleasure on behalf of our board and the entirety of our system to present you with this above and beyond award. Congratulations to you, sir. Right. Dr. Talbot, you want to join us for a picture? Okay, members, if there is no objection, I'll entertain a motion for the adoption of items 6A through H.
Motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any objection to the adoption of items A through H? A through H. Hearing none, the items stand adopted. I'll also entertain a motion now for item I to go into executive session.
Motion.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. This requires a roll call, Mr. President.
Attorney Rutledge.
Yes.
Reverend Torbert. Attorney Armony. Mr. Bartholomew. Dr. Davis. Mr. Fondell. Dr. Gaines. Mr. Garvey. Mr. Gilliam. Mr. Hilliard. Attorney McGee. Attorney Shorty, Mrs. Smith, Dr. Tarver, Dr. Whitfield, Ms. Williams.
The motion passes. Members, we're going to gather in the same room where you had breakfast this morning. And Dr. Belton, we will take the chancellors up in the order in which you bring them into the room. Is that okay, Ms. Blosh and Mr. DeQueer? Okay, all right. So the as efficiently as we get to the room and get our food fixed and get settled, we can get through this and get out. All right? Thank you. Dr. Belton, will you roll call, please? Here.
Reverend Tolbert.
He
Did he
left.
leave? Attorney Amity.
He left.
Ms. Bartholomew. Dr. Davis. Saw him. Mr. Fondell. Dr. Gaines. Did he leave?
He left.
Mr. Garvey. Mr. Gilliam. Mr. Hilliard. Attorney McGee. Attorney Shorty. Mrs. Smith. Dr. Tarver.
Left.
Dr. Whitfield. Ms. Williams. You have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to emerge from executive session. It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded that we return to open session. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Members, I need unanimous consent to add an item to this agenda. Apparently, we omitted the adoption of the committee reports, so I'd like unanimous consent to add the item that allows the board to adopt and approve the actions taken by our committee. Is there a motion? Is there any objection to the adding of the item? Hearing none, the item will stand added. Now, I'd like a motion to approve the item. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the ayes have it. All right, we have completed our executive session, and while in executive session, no motions were made nor any votes taken. We move now very quickly to our informational item, item 7A, legislative update. Dr. Robin Merrick.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, members of the board. In the spirit of brevity that has been established earlier in our meeting, I will briefly say that our legislative update for October is that the legislative session did adjourn today while we were having lunch. They were expected to conclude their work on Tuesday, the 27th, but they ended a few days early. Of course, you know they started on September the 28th, and there were about 70 items that they could introduce legislation on. There were 9 items that we were tracking that were included as part of your board packet for this month. So those items are there. I just want to give you a quick update on them. One of them is not certain of the status of one of them, but importantly to note that Senate Bill 32 by Senator Fields, which allows the extension of our operational autonomies for public colleges and universities, that did pass, and so that extends our ability to do that it expired on us back in June of this year. Also, we have a bill that was introduced that is now considered the Lod-Cook Act, which authorizes the governor to appoint persons who reside out of state to at-large seats on our public post-secondary boards here in Louisiana. This bill also had an accompanying bill that created a constitutional amendment that will go before the people on December the 5th, so it'll be on the December 5th ballot for approval. If that passes, then this is something that will allow the governor to appoint those who are out of state to serve on our management boards. Lastly, there was a bill in place that will modify the TOPS eligibility provisions for students that were impacted by Hurricanes Laura and Delta and other disasters and emergencies that were in place. We have a couple of study resolutions that we'll be responding to, and also our Ag Center, which they'll talk more on this in a moment, will be presenting before the Industrial Hemp Advisory Committee that was formed during the last session. This is the first hearing of that committee, and we will have a representative there from the Ag Center to present. Just to let you know, our efforts lately have been centered around, of course, the legislative activities, but also increasing our census involvement and participation through our SU Counts initiative, and of course our voter education and participation through our SU Votes initiative. These things will continue through November 3rd, of course, through the election. And following the session, which is now over, and the election, we will turn our attention to the 2021 legislative session that is scheduled to begin in on April 12th of 2021. Be happy to take any questions, Mr. Chairman, if there are any.
Thank you, Dr. Merrick. Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We go now to item 7B, medical marijuana update. Dr. Snowden. All right. Good afternoon.
Good
Thanks for your
afternoon.
patience.
Yes, sir. It's good to see you guys, in person,
Right.
face to face. So, I'll give you a brief recap and a couple of new updates. So, as you all are aware, we launched our first product on January of 2020, and that was our CBD products. We currently have 5 CBD products. In July, we launched our THC products. We have 12 THC products to date. We launched Hope, our autism line, on October 1st. Dream, the insomnia line that you guys have been waiting for, will be available next week. So please go get that. We have a Freedom line.
And
So-
where's the I don't want to know, but a friend of mine wants to know. Where's the dream sold?
So you'll be able to get that from Capital Wellness on Picardy Lane.
Okay.
Yes. But first you have to get that recommendation before you go get it. So we also have a PTSD line called Freedom, and that's for those who, our veterans and things of that nature. So please go support our program. As a part of the community engagement and our hurricane relief efforts, we will be going to Lake Charles on next Friday, and we've partnered with the Great St. Mary Missionary Baptist Church under the leadership of Dr. Samuel Tolbert Jr., also the Medicines Pharmacy, which is the local dispensary in that area, and Good 360 out of New Orleans, who has actually donated 10,000 units of supplies for us to go out there and distribute. So if you are in the Lake Charles area, we do ask that you come out, support those efforts, and speak if needed, but just come out and support the community. We did meet with Mayor Waits of Baker and also Councilwoman Shauna Banks, and that was just to engage them with the employment opportunities that we do have for the North Baton Rouge community. So they're excited about it. We have received applications. Our program is growing, so we have hired a lot of new people at the facility and looking to hire many more. So we're on track. I think we told you guys that we were going to try to hire approximately 60 within the year. So we're on track to meeting those numbers. And the last thing that I would like to say is there has been an significant increase in demand. So I want to thank you guys for promoting the program, and I encourage you to continue doing so, because the word of mouth is how we're getting this out, being that we can't actually promote on our pages, our university web pages or anything like that. Word of mouth is how it's been. I'm still asking that everyone, when they go, that they ask for the Southern University brand, because the first one that's given is LSU. So I want people to know you have to ask for our product. And that concludes my report, and I'll take any questions.
Dr. Davis.
Yes.
Dr. Davis, turn your mic on, please, sir.
Yeah, just one suggestion. I know there's a lot we don't know about COVID and the long-term effects of COVID. So I would suggest that we initiate some type of research on some type of research project. Dr. McMean, we need to get on that right away because nobody else has this, to see what the impact of your products on COVID. That's new and novel.
Yes, sir.
We need to get on it.
We'll
right
definitely
away.
check into it.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more?
Thank you. Any other questions, members? Seeing none, thank you, Dr.
Thank
Snowden.
you.
Thank you, Dr. McMeans. Dr. Belton, President's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I think the day was well spent. I would like to just take this opportunity to again acknowledge the chancellors for their exceptional leadership, and indeed the members of the leadership team, our faculty and staff, for the work that they do on behalf of the university. I have nothing further to add, Mr. Chair.
All righty. Any questions of Dr. Belton from any members? Mr. Fondell.
I want to take the time to thank the administration, particularly Ms. Tamara Montgomery with the alumni, Coach Roman Banks with the athletics department, and Chief Johnson with the police department. They had an opportunity to come down to Lake Charles. As many of you know, we had 2 hurricanes that have come down there, but they have been more than gracious. The university, Jaguar Nation, and the citizens of the Baton Rouge area who have donated truckloads of goods and supplies to the citizens of Southwest Louisiana. And I want to be able to say to all of you that are here, I want to be able to thank all of you, especially to the administration and the efforts that were made from the phone calls and from the texts. Lake Charles was badly damaged, and it's going to take a lot of work. There are a lot of students that are from Southwest Louisiana that go to Southern here, and they've been affected by it. I've been able to help several students. Mr. Rene was able to help us to relocate one of our students who was displaced as a result of the storm here, along with other challenges that we have faced. So I just wanted to say to the administration, thank you, and I want to remind everyone that is here also that it's election time. It is election time in the entire state. Early voting is going on. Our SU program, Ms. Merrick, I spoke with her earlier. They have buses that are going to be carrying our students to and from the polls here during this election. We know how important it is, so I encourage all of us to do our civic duty and to do our part and to participate in this upcoming election. So with that, thank you very much.
All right, any other questions, comments, observations? Okay. Seeing none, we go very quickly to our Chancellor reports, and we'll begin with Dr. Ammon, Southern University of New Orleans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. President Belton, the Chancellor's report for Southern University of New Orleans is enclosed in your packet. Just a couple of things that I would say is that our students continue to excel. They have been achieving the credentials like the Amazon Web Services certification, faculty continuing to write grants, and later in the year we will probably open the new museum in the new Arts and Humanities facility, but we'll get notices out to you on that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ammons. Dr. Ellis.
Good afternoon again. I will be brief. Just want to thank you again for allowing me to serve in this position and being so gracious earlier as I presented the accomplishments from this past year and plans for this upcoming year. The Chancellor's report for Sussex is included. I would like to note specifically one of the items on the personnel, Darren Dixon. That new appointment came about because we have recently acquired or been selected to serve as the regional hub for small business development administration for the state of Louisiana for 6 parishes in Northwest Louisiana, and Mr. Dixon will lead that effort.
Think you got a good man in Darren. Dr. Davis.
Since Tony's no longer here, I'm gonna be the new Tony. Darian Dixon, I recruited him, gave him a scholarship, and trained him. Thank me. I'm thanking myself. Congratulations, though, Darren.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Davis. Dr. McMeans.
Good afternoon, and again, thank you for your support, Mr. Chairman and President Belton. I have a couple of things, one of which some of you heard yesterday because you were at the board meeting, but the Ag Center will be redeveloping our aquaculture program that we had some 30 years ago, and it will have a research and an outreach component, and we will give our small farmers an opportunity to participate in something beyond just the traditional agriculture. And then also I was really happy, and we heard firsthand from the director in DC that we will be receiving a $400,000 grant from USDA to help our minority farmers in the state of Louisiana. So I'm excited about those opportunities with our outreach efforts. And this concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. McMeans. Chancellor Pierre.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the board for being very supportive of us today.
and passing on the items that we ask that you do. We will begin operation of our vulnerable communities and people initiative on November 1st. We'll let you know about that, and this will give us an opportunity to be engaged in some activities that really help vulnerable people, especially during the pandemic, through funding that we got from the state of Louisiana, and look forward to serving folks in the state of Louisiana in this new initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sahu.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors, my President, Chancellor. I'll just dwell on the highlights. Southern University was chosen as one of 13 historically black colleges and universities for the IBM's first quantum education and research initiative for HBCUs. IBM will make a $100 million investment in technology, assets and resources and skills development through partnership with additional HBCUs through the IBM Skills Academy academic initiative. We pledge to work collaboratively with the other campuses to make sure that we are going to positively benefit from IBM's $100 million investment. ExxonMobil was the presenting sponsor for the Day of Giving, which was also declared as the university's official homecoming event by the system president, Dr. Belton. We exceeded our goal of $5 million that will help benefit our students and the campus. Chevron donated $1 million to SUBR College of Sciences and Engineering, and the Greater Baton Rouge Pan-Hellenic Council also made a significant gift. Boeing will provide tactical business and technical support to Southern University to improve its ability to win NASA contracts and subcontracts. Southern University and A&M College has upgraded classroom technology in 9 buildings and has worked through the assistance of the Division of Academic Affairs and Information Technology to prepare faculty and students for the new technology. The Division of Academic Affairs scheduled faculty meeting and fireside chat with students to address any concerns they were having during the 2022 academic year and to prep them for the rollout of use of the new technology. This initiative will continue. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. We'll go now to our resolutions, and we will first recognize Mr. Bakari Garvey.
Thank you, Chairman. Today I would like to talk about the pledge and resolution that all student government presidents, all representative campuses is taking. Just to give you a hindsight of why we're taking this pledge is that we realize the impact that the millennials have in regards to this upcoming election and how vital it is for us to get out there and vote and utilize our vote. And so as you see Dr. Renee passing around the copy of our resolution, I'll read it for the board. Each individual president will be signing this resolution, as well as reciting this pledge video and disseminate it to each person on their campus, just so we can inquire all our students to get out and vote. No further ado, I'll go ahead and start reciting. Whereas the presence of the student government organization of the campuses of Southern University Systems represents the student leadership where we collectively lead more than 13,000 students seeking undergraduate and graduate education. Whereas in the respective leadership roles, we engage to interact with our peers, faculty, staff, administration, alumni, and the community. In these engagements, we recognize our responsibilities towards civic involvement as well as the ability to positively influence our environments. Whereas we acknowledge the voting is fundamental in process in the American democratic system, and the exercise the right to vote is one of the most significant ways that citizen voices can be heard on the people who represents them or the issues that impact them. Whereas we understand and honor the sacrifices that many Americans have made and that died were injured or jailed for fighting to exercise their rights for others to vote. In memoriam, we with sadness remember that some Americans never got that chance to cast their ballot. Whereas it is clear that voting can be a decisive force in our city, state, and nation, and similarly, the lack of voting has the potential to negatively affect vulnerable populations. Whereas we are aware that voter registration, voter education, voter participation has been historically low in our local communities, state and nation, we know that it is critical to activate eligible voters, inform them of the items on the ballot, and ensure their presence at the polls. Whereas we have learned through our explanatory academic studies that certain communities are targeted for voter suppression, disenfranchisement, suffered the impacts of mass incarceration, and have held their electoral power diluted. And whereas we are mindful of the concerning surrounding the global health pandemic resulting from the coronavirus as it relates to voter participation, we pledge, therefore, resolve to vote in the 2020 election and all subsequent elections and strongly encourage our friends, families, students, organizations, and all those within our span of influence to do the same. We also pledged and resolve to promote voter participation through multiple means, including social media, emails, word of mouth, telephone, calls, and blogs, etc. Lastly, we pledge and resolve to support efforts to educate voters on the candidates and issues on the ballot as well as related topics of voting rights, the Electoral College, representative government, redistricting, election, and election/voter fraud and intimidation. Be it further resolved that a copy of this page be placed in the historical records of our beloved Southern University. This certificate certifies that we undersigned and duly elected presidents of the Southern University Law Center Bar Association, Southern University Shreveport Student Government Association, Southern University Nanham College Student Government Association, and Southern University at New Orleans Student Government Association do hereby certify that foregoing is a true and correct copy of pledge and resolution entered into the 23rd day of October 2020.
All right, thank you. Ms. Taylor-Durrell?
The resolutions are as follows. Ms. Sheila Augustine Escort family, we extend our condolences to Ms. Sheila Augustine Escort, was the sister of Mr. Kenneth Riviti, who is an employee in the Facilities Services Department. Ms. Augustine was loved by all who knew her. She passed away on September 19, 2020. Ms. Simone Andrea Kernison family. Ms. Simone Andrea Kernison was the mother of Ms. Rachel Carrier, who is an employee in the Division of Information Technology Department. Ms. Kernison loved life and she was loved by everyone. She passed away on October 10, 2020. Rochelle Heyman Saunier family. Ms. Rochelle Heyman Saunier was affectionately known as Boss Lady, was the sister of Mr. Graylin Heyman, who is an employee in the Office of the President, and sister-in-law of Ms. Lisa Heyman, who is an employee in the Housing Department. Rochelle was a nurturer to her staff and her family. She was loved by all, and she will be missed. She passed away on October 15, 2020. This concludes our October 2020 resolutions.
Any additions to the resolutions? Any additions? Okay, in addition to the resolutions read by Ms. Taylor-Durrell as well as Mr. Garvey, is there? Use your mic, please, Dr. Davis.
Mr. John Gibbons, who graduated from the College of Business, and the former councilman in the city of Baker, passed away recently.
Right.
So add him to the list, please.
We certainly will.
John Gibbons.
Yes, sir. Any others? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve and adopt the resolutions?
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the ayes have it. Is there any other business? One thing I would like for you all to take note of, members, is, as you know, under normal circumstances, Thanksgiving weekend we would be in New Orleans. I would like to propose that we move up our board meeting by 1 week and have that meeting on the 20th, Friday, November the 20th, in Baton Rouge, as opposed to disrupting your holiday weekend to meet in New Orleans on that day, November the 20th. The board's office will obviously be sending you some communications in that regard. Also, finally, want to thank the board's office, Dr. Williams, Katara Williams, in her absence. I think Dr. Merrick was involved, Ms. Taylor Jarrell, Dr. Renee, for the masks that were acquired, and I think each board member received a mask. At least you should have. I think Mrs. Smith has hers on. So we want to thank them for that as well. If there's nothing further, I'll entertain a motion for adjourn. All right, we stand adjourned. Thank you for your patience today.